getting your man out. He's not a man yet, but he will be. But if you keep on dogging him, you won't have nothing, and you'll end up being a lesbian at home with yourself, with no man by your side, because your damn mouth is what it is. It's a snake pit. And a man can't live under that because he got enough hell on his head as it is trying to function in a white man's world. And he needs a wife that has compassion and understanding, and that's the value of the MGT. The MGT is supposed to make you a woman to help you make a man for God.
Well, listen, tonight, men's edition, again, men's panel talk. We're going to be holding these each Sunday. Look, the title is "Women Don't Produce Good Men When They Lack Respect for Us as Men." So we used a video that was Lord Farrakhan. Hey, look, I don't agree with everything he says, but I thought this was an interesting take. In this conversation. So, we wanted to have a real honest conversation for the next hour or so. And listen, ladies, you're more than welcome to push back in the chat. It is a free space. This is not a one-way street, but it is a men's panel. So you'll hear men's voices today as well. So if you're new to the channel, do me a massive favor, like it, share, subscribe, click on the bell button for notification of the uploads. And for those of you who are returnees, you really know what it is. You got the minerals. All right, let's get the show underway. I'm joined here by Corey. A few other guys will be joining a little bit later as well. We'll get back into this as well. But no, this particular episode, I know, Felicia, the lesbian part was a bit far for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. The lesbian part was a bit far for me. That was very similar to the whole Kevin Summers You're Gonna Die Alone stuff. I'm not really about that life. Me, I don't really like those particular kind of comments. So for me, I'm not about that. Do you know what I mean? But I do want to say though, I agree that as well, Jay. I don't agree that part either. A woman is making a man for God. I'm with you 100%. That man needs to be for God before I arrive. I agree. Those 2 points. Absolutely agree that it was where I have to discern and say this message is not something that I agree with all the way through. Yeah, the first part of it, I get it. But when it started going into those pits of the conversation, I said, you can't make me a man before God. I have to be made myself. And I've warned people about this whole building a bear, building a man. You know what, Bob the Builder behavior, you're going to end up having a Frankenstein in your hands. And you don't want to do that. So I'm never going to encourage that particular aspect of a relationship. But what I will say is, though, the words of a woman can make or break at points. I'm talking about those who are closest to that particular man. So for me, I would say, I think, as a man, first and foremost, you should be building already. But your words, ladies, can really help us grow, and actually, it can encourage us to be even more expansive of the way that we go. So, good words, life and tongue and the deaf. Life and death is in the tongue. You know what I mean? So, but yes, Corey, what's your thoughts on this, Lord Farrakhan? What you're saying, and obviously the topic that we're talking about today. Women don't produce good men when they lack respect for us. What's your thoughts, bro?
Yeah, so I definitely get where he's coming from, and I definitely understand the end game, right? I think he took some ways. I think he said some things that were kind of taking jabs in a sense as well. That part I didn't agree with. The lesbian comment, I agree with you on that, Coach. I think that was a bit far. I also agree with the fact that women, their words, how they treat that man, it can really motivate and inspire. My ideal partner is going to be someone who can inspire me, to be better, to become better. I want to be that same inspiration for her as well. So it's very important to have that in a union, So if I'm in a relationship and someone is, tearing me down or giving me a hard time or making things worse on me, I think that's the hard part about it. And I know sometimes get lost in conversation what men actually go through in day-to-day world. And we understand as men what women go through in the day-to-day world. At least we try to, right? So we don't live the lives of women. But I think it gets lost sometimes what men have to do in a day-to-day world just to get by, just to appease everyone outside of the home. And I think because that gets lost, when we come home, it's like, okay, you're this strong black man or you're this strong man and you can handle it. You should be able to handle it. You're built for it tough. So to speak. So it's like, come on, we have our weaknesses. We have our moments of downtime. We have our moments where we need that encouragement, that uplifting as well. And to get that from our woman and without that judgment, I think that's a beautiful thing. I think a lot of times, we talk about unconditional love. Is that possible? That's been a big question lately. Is unconditional love possible? Yes, it's possible, but it makes it difficult when you don't have your partner that you can talk to openly, honestly, and without judgment. If you have someone who's like, hey, you don't have to agree with everything that he or her or she is saying, but at the same time, you have that opening ear, being willing to listen and say, okay, how can we get to the next step? How can we get past this? How can we grow from here? That's what you want to help build that union. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
No, definitely hear that as well. Me personally, I'll be honest with you, I think a lot with this situation with a woman and a man, I think it's so powerful when you have a woman in your corner that really does believe in what you're doing. Now, I put a video out. No, I've done a video the other day, which is, first and foremost, I have to have belief in myself, right? Because if I don't have that belief in myself, no one else is going to believe it for me, right? And so if I have that belief in myself and what I'm trying to achieve, what I'm really looking for is, babe might be like, look, I don't see it, but you know what? I know you. And you know what? I know that you're capable. That's what I need to hear, right? That's what I need to hear. You may not see what I see, but you believe in me. You know what I mean? And this is what I said about choosing partners again, who actually are going to like you for you, who believe in what vision you have, which is why I'm encouraging men, stop trying to date these women that don't give a care or a hoots about your vision, but only about the results at the very end. Because those type of people only want your resources. What you want is a woman that's going to care about you, care about the vision, and that person who buys into that vision as well is an important person. I don't want to date somebody who doesn't buy into vision, but because they're a baddie or they sex good or whatever, that I'm accepting subpar. You need to understand the importance of having somebody who genuinely wants to rock with you, ride with you, encourage you, push you. You know what I mean? So, you can see that, look, like for instance, myself, I'm building my community, you know what I mean? I'm doing YouTube, I'm building my brand, and I'm doing that. What I need for you to do is just encourage. I need words, you know what I mean? And I've been in a situation where they haven't encouraged. So I know what it feels like, and I know what it looks like when someone is tearing you down. It's not necessarily just saying you're crap or anything. It's just a slight disbelief. It's the slight few words here and there that sound like they don't really believe in your skill. Do you know what I mean? And those things they hurt. They cut deep. So yeah, when we talk about this topic, women produce good men. Women can't produce good men. Because they lack respect for us. I've always said as well from the beginning, do not marry a woman that doesn't respect your leadership, doesn't respect you as an individual and as a man. It's never going to work out the way you want it to work out. Go for it, Corey.
Yeah, so I agree with you on that, man. I think it's important too to have women that talk about good experiences that they've had when they're dating people. If every relationship you've been in has been horrible, has been tragic, has been toxic, then that's when we got to start looking within. That goes for men too. If we don't have not one positive example we can give of a relationship that really went well, and we just kind of just grew apart, then I think that's something that we got to look at ourselves about. And I think that needs to be spoken on a little bit more than what's being done right now. Because all we can talk about now is the one who cheated on us, the one who did us wrong, the one that damaged us. And of course, that does make take a toll on us spiritually, emotionally, mentally. But at the same time, to speak on the good things that we did experience with a particular partner is also healthy for us too. So it reminds us that there are good people that are still out there. Not every man is bad. Not every woman is bad. So I think that's important to keep into the conversation.
Yeah, so you're definitely right about that as well in terms of having positive reinforcement. Faith cometh by hearing the word of God, but faith cometh by hearing good stuff creates good faith. I mean, in the sense of creates a good image, and a good belief that this is for you. So I think first and foremost, like you're saying, bro, like if you're a person that hasn't really experienced good relationships, you might want to start putting yourself in places where you start listening and hearing positive relationships. Fresh and Fit might not be the place for you. Okay. You know what I mean? Red Pill might not be the space for you to be in that space. You need to put yourself in a space where you're actually hearing good relational advice, good relationship talks. Just the other day, I was listening to DeVale and Kadeen Ellis and listening to their conversation about their marriage. And I'm like, yo, I'm inspired. I'm inspired by the way they talk about it. Tony Gaskins, I'm inspired by the way he talks about his particular marriage. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're listening to men who are, well seasoned and understand the power of having a great woman by your side. Of course, everyone has different ways their dynamics work. But when you hear about how, and I was watching DeVale and Kadeen, and it was interesting because when DeVale was saying about all the things he was trying to achieve, at one point Kadeen was like, she's like, look, hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, I didn't believe it all, but he had to push through, and eventually she was like, okay, I see what you're saying, but she trusted him nonetheless. And so yeah, I'm here for saying this: no woman can make a good guy. That's just, I'm gonna say that straight. There is no woman out there that can make a man good. Either he's good or he not. He's a, you know what I mean? When you met him, either he was good or he's not. So you're not gonna make a man good. Don't let your ego get the best of you. You're not making us good. We were already good, and we decided it's a time to be good. No woman's making us good. I'm not saying that a woman can't, of course, influence us or move us, but the reality is you were already going to be good. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if that's not the case, what you'll realize is that good won't last long. Like, it's a very small percentage of men that can say confidently, I met one woman, she changed my whole entire perspective on life, and then I suddenly realized I better be good. And it's very rare that ends the exact same way that he started. Because the reality is you don't change for another person, you change because you want to change. You change because you realize there's better out there. You make that change yourself, and it's sustainable because it's you making a change, not based on an external factors such as the woman that you're with, or you're changing because you realize, so I need to be in a better space. You know what I mean? So yeah, no woman makes a good man. A man should already be good. That that's not your task to be involved in, if I'm honest with you. So yeah.
Yeah, you know what? You make a good point with that too. A woman does not make a man happy. I agree with you there. It's she can make him better, and I think that's what the
better is a good word.
Yeah, that's the important key there. You have to have something. You have to have a foundation to pull from. If it's nothing there, then it can seem like you're wasting your time. It can seem like what you're aiming for, you'll never be able to obtain, because you don't have anything to pull from. But if you have a good foundation of a man to pull from, you can definitely make that man better, man. I've seen that time and time again. There have been examples that we see on movies, television, everything like that. I'm gonna let you get it, Coach. I do have a question though that pertains to this, but I know you want to get Sean in, so Sean, you got go ahead.
Yeah. Sean, what you saying, bro?
What's up, fellas?
What are you telling me, bro? You good?
I'm good. Hey, Corey, is it not, if it's not your birthday, it has to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be next Monday. Next Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, we on here next Monday, y'all. Join us for shots like we did last year. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
After dark, baby.
Scorpio season.
Yeah, Sean, what's your thoughts on this topic? We're talking about women don't produce good men when they lack respect for us. I don't know if you watched the video, Lord Farrakhan speaking. Do you need me to play again, or are you good?
No. Remember, I dropped that in the chat, so yeah, I definitely watched it. I definitely watched that.
Tell us your thoughts there, Sean.
I thought it was thought-provoking to see Minister Farragon dropping some interesting tidbits on us, shall we say. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, not to get anybody up in arms that's watching now or that'll watch this replay, right? But I think sometimes we got to chew the meat and spit out the bones, right? And I think there's some there's some pertinent facts and the message that he shares, right? It's and if we say, we've been saying it for quite some time amongst us on the men's panel, right? How a woman talks to us, how we are treated in our relationships represents how we feel loved, right? That is AKA respect for us, right? That's what's most important to us. So I think those were some really great words. Now, obviously, he went to the extreme, but to prove a point. So let's not get caught up in the fact that he said something about lesbians and all this other stuff and women are going to die alone. Okay, we know that is an extreme, and that's a way in speeches and in telling stories to get people's attention, right? To draw an extreme narrative, right? To kind of punctuate the point. So let's not get so, I don't want to spend, hours talking about what he said on the back end. Let's get to the meat of the message, right? And the meat of the message is, ladies, you have an impact in how a man feels in the way that you talk to us. And I think that is so true. And when you disrespect us, when you talk to us like we're less than, when you minimize our feelings, which we've gone through at length, when we tell you what's important and you tell us why it's not important and why our thoughts are archaic and why we are thinking from 1922, all those things, and we tell you what we want, and we get dismissed. Those are all the ways that you just minimize us, right? It takes a strong man, it takes a strong man to tell you how he feels and stick to his guns, right? And stay to the point. But, unfortunately, many of the lesser of us kind of go along to get along. And that's where you get the acceptance of this happy wife, happy life talk, right? Where men's emotions and feelings aren't valued, right? You can just kind of talk to us any old way, and then it's all good and gravy. But when we respond, or when we say something to you a little sharp, oh no, you blah, 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 we're being misogynistic. So I think it needs to be fair play, and it's about due time that women kind of take a look in the mirror and think about how you talk to the men that you're in relationships with, right? How you talk to the men in your family. Have the men in your family giving you some feedback about how you sound, how you come off to them, and do you dismiss it or do you take some time to listen? Because the ones that are willing to listen, you'll probably learn a few things. So that's what I think.
I'm with you, bro. We spoke about this as well, whether if there's such thing as tone policing on these issues, because both men and women, in order to have effective communication, is there a need to tone police? That's the question. Is there a need to tone police? Because throwing it out there wildly, I think it's easy when we spot. I think both sides will probably complain about tone police. Actually, both sides complain about this. I think women would complain about that men can be very harsh about the way we deliver certain things, etc. And I think men would also complain that women sometimes are insensitive when they deliver what they deliver, when they feel like they're justified in their actions. So I think there is a need for tone policing on both sides. But since we're talking to the ladies, because the men's panel, we'll talk to the ladies. And I think, there is a need for tone policing with sometimes women. And I mean, when I say tone policing, instead of saying, hey, look, the way you're talking with the tone, you may be thinking you're trying to communicate with me, but right now I'm getting annoyed because the way you're talking in your tone is sounding very disrespectful. And so now you're not getting the understanding you want from me. It's as Jay even said, I like that as well. She put a distinction there. Sometimes this happens as well. But now I'm not listening because now I'm getting vexed because now I feel like I'm being disrespected, and now I feel like you're not giving me due respect here in this situation. You want me to honor you as a co-equal here, at least in this relationship, and you're not treating me as such, right? And I'm sure, again, women might have 1,000 ways of saying how, you know, but you did this, that's why I did what I did. If your answer is already, but you did this, that's why I did this, you're already gone past the part what I'm talking about. What I want you to understand is that there are times where your language, and we're going to talk about this as well, about sometimes the unfairness that happens. I won't even say unfairness. I'll say there's a disparity at points in time between men and women in terms of the way that we can communicate, right? So we may be accused of tone policing women and saying, "Hey, the way you said what you said, you know, it's coming off some type of way. It's been a bit disrespectful, right?" And then you hear women say, "You're tone policing. You're not addressing the issue. You're tone policing." But I'm trying to hear the issue, but I'm feeling disrespect right now, and I'm about to pop off, and I don't want to pop off. I want to have a conversation, right? And so you might be accused of tone policing. I'm talking about specifically our black community because I don't know about other communities out there. And since we're in a date black, that's all I know. So black women might even say, you're tone policing us. We have that tone policing everywhere, and now we're getting tone policed by you. And then they're like, and I think I've used this before as well, that we've spoken about this as well, that sometimes women will claim on that, but then they will flip reverse it. And when our tone goes a particular way, suddenly we're either mansplaining just by tone. You're mansplaining, you're being misogynistic, you're being rude, you disrespect women, you even hate women just by your tone, right? And then suddenly it becomes an issue. So which one is it? Are we allowed to tone police or we're not allowed to tone police? And actually, I've been accused on this platform several times of tone policing black women. And I said, I don't give a hoots. I'll tone police because I tone police men as well. And I don't like when there's a certain tone that someone's taking when it begins to build in a particular way. It's going in a particular direction, right? So yeah, I wanted to kind of throw that in there and see what you guys think in terms of that, in terms of even talking about, sometimes the way that people speak in these particular instances with men and women, What's your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, so I definitely think that there is a need for tone policing on both sides, as you mentioned. But I think it goes a little bit deeper than that too. Sometimes, sometimes it's choosing words that work. And sometimes it is not sounding condescending. So I know sometimes as men, because we like to explain things the way we like to fix things, sometimes in how we speak, it can come off a bit condescending. And it's trying to find that happy medium, that little gray area that fits that mold of respect, the seriousness of what I'm saying as well. And you want to want that what you're saying to have an impact for them to take it seriously. But it's just trying to find that, like I said, a happy medium to let them know, okay, you're serious in what you're saying. You're not talking down to them, but you want them to hear you and hear your words as well. Then using those right words as well. And it can happen on both sides of the coin. Both men and women can use some work in this area. But I know for men, because our tones can be a little bit more authoritative, you can be a little bit more threatening. I think we need to work on that a little bit more so than the women do. But I definitely get it. So that's my piece.
Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It just goes down to talk to me nice. We all like to be spoken to nicely, right? And we know what that sounds like. Where I think for the most part, all of us are well aware of knowing what we're doing when we're doing it. So I think taking a step back when we are having communication, or if we're having a disagreement, or if it's getting heated, to just dial it back a little bit. Also check in with the person. So if it's me talking to a woman and it's getting heated, take a breath to check in. I think that goes a long way, because sometimes we get so wrapped up in it, and women too. I've been on the receiving end of, again, feeling right. You're justified because something you feel has taken place where you were wronged in one particular way or another. So you feel justified. So sometimes it's that the ends justify the means. And just because you done, told me something 3 times and now this is the fourth, you feel like it's okay to just go ape. And I think that is an incorrect way of handling it. I've been in relationships where sometimes the woman, goes to a length and, talks to me like I'm her child, and I've had to stop that dead on and be like, hey, I see where this is going. we're not going to be scolding. We're not going to be scolding. And if a woman has kids, sometimes it's difficult for her to delineate, when she's talking to her kid or not. And maybe she's feeling like you're doing something that's like her child does. But at the end of the day, I ain't your child. We two different people. I am fully grown. So if there's something I'm doing that you don't like, then address it as such. Just the same way when I'm addressing something with you, I should be addressing you as a full grown woman, right? I shouldn't be talking to you like you're my daughter. And that's where, we get into those this is patriarchy and a paternal, kind of dialogue we're having. Same thing for women to men. We are not your children. Yeah, and we can joke, and we joke about Ted Bundy and Homer Simpson and all those cartoon characters and archetypes of the dumb husband, but we're not going to bring that here, right? So don't get it in your brain because you think that you and your homegirls got a good group chat going about how all your husbands are the same or your dudes are all the same. So you're going to bring that energy when you get a little tweaked. Nah, that's not what we're going to do. Right? We're going to talk to each other with respect, because when it doesn't go that way, a lot of times, hey, we say it all the time. You can do what you want to do. We all grown, but you also can control how the person reacts. And I'm not saying it should be all the way to the extreme, but I'm saying you will elicit a level of upset. And then now we're in a full-on argument about something that could have been addressed differently.
I'm with you, bro. There's this Natural Von Lu says, took years for me to hear myself. None of my friends ever checked me. It was being tone policed by a couple of men that got me together. I didn't know how bad it was. I appreciate Natural Von Lu. And I think that's also a really big thing as well, because sometimes people don't realize the tone that they are taking. Sometimes as well, people, the way they, like I said, sometimes your tone can be condescending. And it could be more about being right than it is about, bringing understanding, especially between yourself and your partner. You want to have more of an empathetic, understanding tone, even if you're the one that's been wronged, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to repair the relationship. You almost have to look at it as when they hurt you, they're really tearing a hole in the fabric that holds your relationship together. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to repair that hole. So, you're trying to understand where they're coming from and why they got to. Of course, there's going to be times where you're like, hey, that's just wrong. It is what it is. But there's a lot of times where we got to spend a bit more time saying that I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. And before I blow my gasket the way that you just did, I'm going to, try and understand where you're coming from. Right. And that just kind of changes. The dynamic. I've been in situations where, and it's quite recent even, that something was done in a particular way, and I was like, I don't like that, right? But I spoke to the person. I said, hey, look, to be honest with you, I want to understand where you're coming from. And I said, I want to understand where you're coming from. And then I said, listen, but we're not doing this again, right? This behavior here, I don't do it. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna spend time. I'm gonna try and understand where you're coming from. I'm gonna get that understanding so that we can move forward. But I'm gonna let you know we ain't doing this behavior here again. I don't need to scream. I don't need to shout. I don't need to swear. I don't need to do anything, passive aggressive or whatever. But I do have to set some boundaries, especially as a man. You do have to set some boundaries in the way that you talk. But there's a way to be able to address this, and there's certain tones that come off not in an authoritarian way, but come off like you're trying to almost beat the person up. And that's both men and women can do that. But again, we're specifically talking about women today because we're men. And so Natural Von Lu, I really appreciate you sharing that piece of honesty, because not every woman would admit that, they saw some errors in their ways or the way they were brought up or the way that they spoke to the opposite sex as well. Any other thoughts, guys, around this quickly before Corey asks this question?
Yeah, I just want to add that I think that I don't know how I want to say this. I think like what Naturally Von Lu just shared, I think that is so awesome, and it's not, it doesn't happen enough in these kind of conversations that we have, because often when we have these kind of conversations, and I feel like as men, in a lot of instances, our ear has been trained to hear things and receive it and take it on. A lot of times, in my experience, women, can do the slip and slide, right? Or they start giving you advice backwards, right? Like, hey, listen, this is something that we all can work on. No, let's talk about ourselves. And I love that she made a great example of herself, right? And how she took the same topic we're applying and applied it to herself, right? And this is what I'm doing, right? No, don't make it general. I love the general conversations. That's great. But let's talk about the real, because I don't think anything we're talking here is fabricated, right? It's not stuff that's just made up in the air. We all can think about examples, right? So let's be honest. Let's take hard looks at ourselves in the mirror. And, because this is men's chat, right? Ladies, our ask is for you to share the level of vulnerability like Von Lu did. Look at yourself and don't talk about your cousin, Susie, right? Who's rude and reckless. Talk about you. Right? Were you rude and reckless? Is there something that you learned about yourself? Is there something you never thought about, but now are willing to take a step back and think about how you talk? Right? I think that is where the power is, because when you're owning it and when you're looking to take it on for yourselves and hear what we're saying and hear the advice that we're giving tonight, that's where the power comes in.
Mm-hmm. Corey, any additions?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the respect aspect of it when it comes to tone and everything like that. And when it comes to the lack of respect that men get from women, I'm curious for the ladies to let us know, put in the chat, please, that, I want to know what it is that makes them lose respect for us in the first place. What makes them, what is it that we do? Is it the lack of consistency? What makes it okay for that tone to change? What makes it okay for you to feel it's okay to talk down or belittle a guy, if that's the case? Because sometimes we are in the relationship and you started off with respect. You start off, everything was fine. You never talk to your man in a disrespectful way, but somewhere along the lines, you lost that respect for him. So I'm curious to know what kind of things is it that makes a woman lose respect for a man that may affect her tone or may affect how she communicates with him. That's what I want to talk about.
That's a good question. Ladies, answer the question in the chat. What your thoughts are to that? What can make you lose respect for the man? I like that. Dahlia says, obviously, the rules of engagement you are referencing really need to take place when a couple is in a good spot and prior to any conflict, so we're on the same page. I agree. Should be done when you're in a good spot. I remember that's why I said to you, look, for me, I let people know from the jump, hey, for me, disrespect, I don't do the shouting stuff. I don't do it. You know what I mean? I don't do the whole put the phone down, cutting the phone. I mean, putting the phone down is not a problem. Cutting the phone in between conversation when you can see that clearly someone's talking, and you cut the phone. I don't do that kind of stuff. I don't get into the cussing matches. I don't get into the insults. I don't do that. I take a high offense to words like swearing F-bombs. I take a high offense to it. Calling me, and the trigger words are dumb, stupid, idiot. Those kind of words, they take me to another place. So for me, I don't do those things. And I let people know, hey, if you're engaging with me, I'm in a relationship form, I don't do those things. Those things there, well, let's not do that. Right. So yes, the rules of engagement you have to let people know from the beginning, so that when the warfare begins, everybody knows how to play the game. So everyone knows what the limit is in terms of how they set their warpath across, right? But most importantly here in this aspect is there is I think we're talking about that respect part. There is an aspect where some women can lose respect for you and they don't care anymore. They don't care what the rules of engagement is. In fact, more than likely, probably that woman probably didn't care in the beginning. Let's be honest. I always say this as well. Like, she probably didn't care in the beginning, but she's been holding on to that representative for a little while, and now the real her has come out because she's either easily triggered or doesn't know how to be vulnerable or gets hurt easily. I'm a straight shooter. No, you're just rude. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna be brutally honest. No, you just rude. Some people can't take my truth. you're just rude. You know what I'm saying? Like, my truth is like medicine. You're just rude. Okay. Then the honest reality is you don't know how to deliver a message in the correct way. That's just honest truth. You don't know how to correct. You don't know how to deliver in the correct way. And so that's also sometimes a big issue as well within a situation. Someone said no. Ludin said no money. I've got no time. I've got no time. So then no money. That's what's going to make her lose her respect. I hear you. Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Someone said their poor relationship with themselves straight up. Okay. Some people think if I'm right, then I'm right. It doesn't matter how I say it. Oh, okay. Ludin said minimum effort. Okay. Oh, Nana said this. Let's see if you boys agree. A major reason that a lot of women are reluctant to acknowledge their flaws is because a lot of men play mind games with vulnerability or generalize the flaw. Oh, there you go, doing X, Y, Z again. What do you think, boys? What do you think?
Okay,
Shaking his head.
the big thing for me in this though is that if you know it's a flaw, I think it really this goes back 360 as far as how you convey, how you're feeling to your woman, as a man. So if you are doing XYZ again and XYZ is an issue for you, me using this as an example of saying, hey, okay, this is a time that you're doing something that we've already had a discussion about that I don't like. It's about how I'm communicating that to you. If I'm saying it in a condescending way, it's like, hey, you're not getting any better. You're doing exactly what I thought you were doing. Without me giving you a space or an opportunity to be better in that area, that's a different type of vibe. But what I'm talking about is if you're doing something and you've already acknowledged it yourself that, hey, this is it problem for me, then him bringing it up as this being a moment, then that shouldn't be a thing. You know what I'm saying? So because that shouldn't be a thing, you got to hear him out, okay, make those changes because it's all about being better. But if you're just like you telling them what's wrong with you, you don't want him to bring it up when it happens, then how are you going to get better? I'm really curious about that too, because a lot of times we do hear women say, hey, I know I got this problem. I'm still working on it. I'm trying to do better. Okay, what are the steps you're taking to try to do better? So if you're not taking the steps, he's going to keep bringing that up. So like I said, it just really depends on how he uses his words and what words he chooses to use.
Go for it, bro. Sean, what are you thinking? Because you were shaking your head. Thank you, Corey.
No, I just start to feel like that's how we play the slip and slide game with the accountability. Oh, I'm not doing this because he does that. It's like, no, if just like Corey said, if you know there's something that you're not doing right, and it's an area of an opportunity in your relationship, why are you going to let his behavior be contingent upon how you move? And that's an issue that I have. And it just comes back to this slippery slope of accountability. When we say something and it's an opportunity, I like, just for me, I like the owning it. Just own it, right? Like Von Lu's comment, she owned it, right? It's not about what the man did or he didn't do that and this. You owned it. You realized it was a flaw. There was another young lady, I think her name is Andrea Smith. She had said like she learned through her divorce, right? And now she's in a relationship with another man who does communicate in a different way. And now, she realized how to do better and to get better outcomes, right? So you want better outcomes, work on yourself. Stop thinking about what the other person is doing, right? I need to be a good man for me, right? If I'm with a woman that's doing something that I don't like or it's negative behavior, either we work on that thing or I choose to remove myself. I don't get down in the mud with you and now I got to do craziness to get your attention, or because that doesn't elicit it. And I saw another comment that was like, and that's why we don't, because when we're nice, it doesn't get us the results we want. So you're telling me when you're nasty, you get good results out of a man? I don't think so. I don't think so. Right? So don't convince yourself that being nasty or being rude gets you any better results in the relationship. Right? It probably makes you feel like you're not being taken advantage of because you're like, well, if he gonna be nasty, then I'm gonna be nasty because I'm gonna match energy. well, you know, you will match energy, then you're going to have a highly uncomfortable, toxic situation. And that's how, when women walk out of these situations and they're like, my toxic ex, and I'm looking at you like you probably part of the toxic equation, because it's very hard to get toxic without two people doing toxic things, you know? So that's what I think about that.
Yeah, bro, love that, man. Yeah, and then this point, I'm hearing that major reason a lot of women are reluctant to acknowledge their flaws is because a lot of men play mind games with the vulnerability or generalize the flaw. And I personally think they don't need. No, I'll be honest with you. I don't think you need us to play mind games without you guys being reluctant to acknowledge your flaws. I think the reality is you just don't like acknowledging your flaws. It just, you know what I mean? Like, it's a human trait. You don't want to acknowledge your flaws, and that's a key reality, because you have to think of it as this way: you're actually doing yourself a detriment by not being able to, be open and acknowledge where you falter, because a reluctancy to acknowledge where you falter is also the beginning. It's also the beginning of the failure to be able to address it and change it. Because at first I've got to acknowledge it. If I'm going to try and change this behavior, I need to acknowledge it. If you're not acknowledging it, you're not changing it. So don't worry about me and my craziness, because it's going to be someone else, right? And that other person's going to have to deal with you. And let's say they are a good person or they are a good person. Their patience has a limit. They can do only so much before the patience runs out. And so you should be doing this for yourself. You should be coming to that truth yourself. And this is what I spoke about the other night. I said, maybe your inability to acknowledge your truth is also triggering me. So you're thinking it's me, but I'm saying to you, but you're a failure to acknowledge it. And you thinking you're right, that you can not be vulnerable and tell the truth about how your behavior is, could be triggering me. And now I'm giving back what you're giving to me too. Does that make me right? No. But what I'm trying to say to you is, at the same time, before you think it's me, I'm telling you, have you checked you? Because now you're telling yourself that the reluctancy is because men want to play on it. But it's like, is that the kind of partner that you should be with in the first place? You know what I mean? If I'm genuinely trying to understand you, if I'm genuinely trying to love you, you know what I mean, and we're hopefully in a healthy relationship, I should put like this, healthy relationship, then you not acknowledging those flaws is actually detrimental to the relationship. It's frustrating. I'll be honest with you. If you've ever been in a relationship with someone, or at least even spent time with people that refuse to acknowledge where they go wrong, it is frustrating. And your patience runs out for that person so quickly, right? So, just a word to the wise. I know you may be thinking and maybe looking, saying, the men, they do this, they do that, they do this. But as you're pointing at me saying, I do this, I do that, we're also looking at you saying, but have you seen yourself before you jump at my throat? Yeah. Any other thoughts, guys? Or I can bring up another post, because a few posts that ladies are making as well, which have been some good points as well. Von Lu said something which is really powerful as well. I love this as well, and I thank you again, Von Lu, as well, for sharing this. I think Von Lu said she's a twin, as well. So yeah, Von Lu said, for me, it's deeply rooted. I've displayed a lack of respect for men because I do not respect my father for his absence. I really do appreciate you, Von Lu. You know what? See, I can work with this because, see, you're acknowledging this shit. You see this? See, now I can have more grace for you, because I know that you're seeing that, where it's coming from, which means once you acknowledge it, you're going to try and change it. So see me, Von Lu, that is a big thing for me. You know what I mean? The fact that you're acknowledging that and you can see where it's coming from. For me, I can work with that. I can say, do you know what? I understand you're still working on those things. Let's see how best we can work and move forward. It's people that don't acknowledge it that I'm like, yeah, I can't do it with you. But this, I appreciate that. Thank you for being vulnerable and sharing. I appreciate that, honestly. Boys, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, I think that it's something that that definitely needs to be talked about more. I think that when she says deep rooted, she's definitely not the only one that this happens to. But this it's not a man versus a woman situation. It's something that seriously affects women, and I think there's something that needs to be looked into, because sometimes women can have things that can affect them that they may not understand why. you know, and same thing for us, you know, we have things that affect us, but we don't understand why. But sometimes it's best for you to just kind of dig deeper and find out what that why is, because it's going to benefit you in the long run. It's going to benefit your relationships in the long run, whether they're romantic relationships, just interpersonal relationships you have with your friends and family. Just finding the root cause of why, what makes you tick and what makes you upset, what makes you happy. These things you should know about yourself. You know, you should also know why. Why do I get happy when this happens? Why do I get upset when this happens? To better understand yourself and know yourself is key. And I think that's the guide, that's the true guide right there of happiness. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Kojo, when you said that naturally Malu is acknowledging it because she's done the work to understand what it is that's causing her to behave in the way she's behaving, and she's doing the work into fixing it. So I think that's a great thing.
Mm-hmm. Sean?
Yeah, I 100%. I rock with what she's saying because, you know, it comes from somewhere. And Andrea Smith again made another great comment a few minutes ago, and she's like, the inability to communicate seeps over in all aspects of your life, right? It's people, as much as we would like to think we are, we're not as siloed as we think we are, right? You know, now, are there some differences? Do we code switch at work? Of course. But for the most part, we're going to show up in a very similar fashion, right? And that's why you hear a lot of people, you know, if somebody is one way or another, like if somebody is just a generally nice, easygoing person, their friends and family are going to think that. And then people in their jobs or whatever profession they have are going to think the same, right? If somebody's a hothead or a little loose, you know, people are going to see that in some form or fashion, right? In some variation. So I think that this is good stuff to delve into because, trust me, it comes from somewhere. And just like Von Lu said, the same way you treat men that way, it's going to be the men in your life, right? Because I wouldn't, if I was in a relationship with her, I wouldn't be her dad, right? But trust, I'm going to get that feeling, right? So the same way, if I'm her brother, her family member, her boyfriend, a co-worker, a manager at work, the behavior, the idea is still there. So doing that work, root causing it, is going to help you overall, you know? So I think there's value in that. And I think that is why these conversations are so important. I saw somebody that's probably newer to the channel that kind of like chimed in. But this is what we said at the top of the house, right? You know, the minute we start talking and we talk about accountability and we talk about accountability in women, it's like this misogyny word gets thrown out there. And I think it's a way to just move us off the trail of accountability, right? So you want to call me a trigger word, you know, and then now I'm going to spend time defending it. Well, I won't. My point is, I think we need to stay on the topic, right? And if we're talking about accountability and we're talking about like what we feel women's role is in communication and in respect and what that does to a man, let's talk about it, right? We should be able to have that conversation openly and have a great dialogue. And I love some of the other things that are coming out in the chat, because this stuff, as triggering as it may be, is to make you look in the mirror. You know, for if you want to do work, if you want to change, then you look in the mirror and say, what about this? Maybe am I, right? Because that's when there's value. But if you want to dismiss it and say you're only doing it because the man did this, and then we start talking about mind games, okay, all right. Like, listen, nobody's saying men are perfect and women are the worst. No, we're not. We're saying this is an opportunity, and one in which many of us have experienced, right? And if we can have an open, honest dialogue about that, then we'll be all the better for it, right? So that's what I think.
Yes. So Nina said, in addition to what she was saying earlier on, sorry, let's move this part first. I said, Koji, you have to listen to women that have been in relationships with men. Low level example, you bring up a relationship issue and the man doesn't want to acknowledge it, so he asks you if you're PMSing. So I think Nana's talking about a real situation, which is there are some manipulations that do happen. Some men will gaslight a situation, will use something else in tone policing you, and that's actually what real definition of tone policing is, actually the removal of the actual argument by focusing solely on the actual tone and then never really coming back to the argument and just leaving it as that. I don't mind addressing the issue, but I think we all have to be very careful what tone we do use, irrespective of what you may be right. I've said this on the channel several times. You may be right, but your tone gonna make everybody turn off. And the reality is that's life, right? The same way that certain parts, I said to you already, guys, I like certain parts of Kevin Samuels' message was correct, but his tone, the rhetoric, some of the words he used, problematic. But actually, a lot of things he was saying were true. It's unfortunate, but a lot of the words that he was using were detrimental. And so tone, in terms of not just the actual sound of what you're saying, but also as well the words that are used in a particular place are very, very important. So yes, there are going to be men who are going to manipulate, etc., etc. But I want you to notice something that you did, Nana. When we were talking about this situation, we'll talk about women not admitting their flaws, or you spoke about women not admitting their flaws. And your immediate response is to go into how there is a brass of men who are manipulating, rather than actually just being open and honest that you don't admit your flaws. There is, again, a reason for why you're not doing what you're doing. You're actually not acknowledging that actually what you're doing is you're shifting the blame. That's what we're talking about, right? Because if we be honest about this, if we say that men do a particular thing, and then every time we say when we're doing things, but remember, the reason why we do it is because women do this, that's why we respond this way, we're actually not really taking accountability for the issue. And so I acknowledge what you're saying. There are men who will do this manipulation, and I agree with you, there are, but we weren't necessarily talking about those men, right? But when you bring that part in, what it does, it doesn't acknowledge the fact that you still need to do the work. Irrespective of whether there are men who are going to do that kind of thing anyway, you still need to do the work, right? The same way I always tell you guys, I say, hey, when we look back at Married at First Sight a couple of seasons ago, and I say I always use this as an example because it's still there. You can go and watch it and see it yourself live in 4K. Okay, 720p. You can watch it again, and you can hear me giving an apology to the ladies in the chat, and not having to say, but because I said, hey, I got to take responsibility. It's me. I did it. You know what I mean? Yes, I was frustrated, but it makes no difference. At the end of the day, I am wrong for going at it this particular way, for getting angst up every week and coming out the traps this way. I am wrong. But if I focus my apology on you and what you do, I'm not really apologizing. What I'm really doing is I'm shifting the blame very subtly onto the fact that I always feel justified in the way that I have behaved. So just a little note, kind of observation from my end. You can push back. I'm not saying, like I said, we are happy for the pushback today in the chat. We're just saying that that's from what I've seen so far. Now I may be wrong, but that's what I've seen, I've observed just from that particular part that you put there, right? Yeah, there was some other points that were coming up as well. I think it would be good to discuss. But yeah, if any of you want to go for it, boys, you can. I'll find some speaking points for you guys.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the vulnerability part about it all.
Yeah, go for it.
I think it's important to ask these type of questions. I think it's important to ask anyone who you are pursuing, or someone who's pursuing you, to ask them, what is it that you're working on that you feel like will make you a better person for in a relationship, or just a personal, what are you working on, for yourself that you're trying to improve on? I mean, these are things that are important. I mean, someone who's really into you is going to want to care about you and how your self-development is going as well, not just about the relationship. So I think that's important. I mean, you have a woman that tell it to a man, I think will open up his eyes about the type of woman she is. And I think if a man does that, start inquiring about things that make a woman tick, things that happiness, sadness, things she's going through, past hurts. I think that you will really get a deeper dive into a woman, because I don't think that women will just volunteer that information. they have to say that to someone who they really feel comfortable with, who they really feel that, is coming from a genuine place when you ask the question. So I think that, with the greatest intent, the men with intent on being with you for longevity, marriage, whatever, when you see that you have a man that's like that, I think it's really important for you to open up to him. That's going to really show you what kind of man you truly do have and what kind of woman you truly have when you just have that deep-rooted conversation back and forth about what are some things that trigger you? What makes you upset? Like, what can I say to you that'll make you go off? These are things we need to know, not so I can say them to make you go off, but so I can kind of be careful around those words, just out of respect for you. And I think it works back and forth. It's like a seesaw, you know what I'm saying? It's up and down, back and forth. You want to just find a happy balance in the relationship to make sure that you're both being, have great communication, and that you're both feeling heard and not being dim. No lights are being dim in the conversation.
Points. Sean, any thoughts on that? Or what Corey said as well? If you want to add to that.
The only thing I would just add is that it makes me think about, during Love is Blind. And you remember when SK's mom was talking with Raven and she made that comment about humbling yourself, right? And allow him to be a man. And I think that's just tied so directly into the message we're talking about. And I thought that was such great advice. I know it turned off a lot of the women. It pissed them off, it was triggering or whatever. It felt like it was saying dim your light. That's not what it's saying. It's saying that respect factor. You respect him, you love on him, you treat him the same no matter what the circumstances are. And I think that part is so beautiful, right? Like, if a woman can do that, when a woman does that, when she respects you, she humbles herself and loves on you as if you were Bill Gates when maybe you're not, I think that makes a man feel so good. That makes a man feel that, like, that elevation, like you can do anything, you could conquer the world. When you come home, there's peace, there's going to be love, there's respect in your household, you're looked at a certain way. And I feel like for all of us, we want that kind of feeling, So.
No, you're absolutely right, bro. And I think, and this is a two-way streak as well. For me, someone said Bill Gates is the devil, though. But yeah, no, I think this is such a powerful thing as well, because we're speaking about women don't produce good men when they lack respect for us, but when they have a respect for us, they prop us up like kings, and we want to behave like kings to the right man again. Okay, like if you're choosing Pookie and Ray Ray's, and I'm choosing Lisa and whatever her name, I can't think of any name that's detrimental. But if you're choosing those kind of people, of course you're trying to make a pauper into a king. It's not going to happen. All right, so that's already a flaw in the choice in the beginning, right? And your choices that you're making. But if you've chosen a good man, or you've chosen a good woman as well, I want to say this as well. I want to serve you like a queen. I also want to serve you like a queen. You feel what I'm saying? It's a mutual response, which was why we're saying, please don't choose us if you're settling for us, because you're going to be unable to prop me up as a king because you don't see me as one. And we know because of the way that you behave. So, it goes back to that original point. Stop settling for us, please. I'm begging you. Okay, you don't like me, but you're feeling security. Don't do it, please, because you won't treat me like the king that I am. And then, and I'm going to feel that. And again, we don't know who started it, but I'm going to feel triggered. And now I'm not treating like the queen that you are. So now we're both in this stupid position. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not just blaming women here. I'm saying it's a mutual thing. And because when reciprocity is done in this mutual way, what you get is this really beautiful relationship where I'm putting you first, but then you're putting me first. So you're thinking about me and I'm thinking about you. And actually, I listened to DeVale and Kadeen talking to Cam Newton, and he said something so powerful. He said, when I wake up in the morning, I think about how to make her life better. And she said, It's crazy because when I woke up, I never thought about that, right? So just in case women think that men, there's no men out there that do this kind of thing, you'd be surprised. There are men out there that want to serve you as well, right? Now they have a beautiful relationship. They've worked things out. They've gone through issues. They're still going through issues. They're a normal, real human relationship. But again, it's that mindset we're talking about. In those moments, I want you to want me, and I want you. I want to want you. Do you know what I'm saying? And I want that mutual reciprocity, and I also want to serve you, and I want you to also serve me. Right. So that doesn't mean that. And again, every man has their own particular way of doing things. I remember when I was younger, I used to always ask myself, why does my mom always bring the food to my dad? When will he bring the food to her? I always used to ask myself this question, right? Now, listen, hey, ladies, bring my food to me. I appreciate it. Okay, bring my food to me. All right, bring my food to me on my plate. Bring it to me. I love that, right? But I also want to serve you too. So my thing is, if you've cooked, I'm not expecting you to wash the dishes. That's how I did it in my house anyway. When I had my girlfriend here, if she cooked back in the day when she cooked, I would wash the dishes. I'll make sure I clean up after. I'll make sure I take the plates, whatever. Once you've eaten, I take the plates. I'll take the plates. I'll go wash it. That's my way of saying thank you. I appreciate you. I want you to see that there's reciprocity here. You know what I mean? I want you to know that, that we're a team. And so I don't want you to ever feel like you're being taken advantage of or you're feeling tired because you're having to overserve while the other person's just receiving. It's a give and take. Now, that will look different for different people. Their version of giving back may not be that aspect. They may have another way of doing it. But there needs to be that reciprocity on both sides. And that can only happen when you really respect me. And that can only happen when I really respect you. So if you're choosing me just because I'm secure, you're going to cause us all an issue. You understand? Just stay single. Yeah? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to your grandma. Don't lie to your mom now. Just be true. Okay? But you're absolutely right. That what the mom said to Raven, when I was listening to it, I was like, whoa. I was like, you know what? We need to hear that more. We need to hear that more. Regardless of what a position you find me in financially, he's still the man. And I said, if we have more ladies who understood this, it'd be a beautiful thing, right? But yeah, go for it, Sean. Are we going to say something?
Yeah, no, I think, and you brought up what Deval had said to his to Kadeen, right? And I think that was so powerful, and I was so glad that they had the conversation, because sometimes things go unsaid and people just think the other person is thinking the same as them. And I thought I love how she took what he was saying, right? And she saw that it was not aligned, and she said, "Oh, maybe I should pivot a little bit," and she took that into action. I love that, right? Because it's like, sometimes women can hear that and they'll be like, well, I got to think about the kids, and I got to do this, and I got to take care of our family. I don't have time to be thinking about you, da 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 da. You don't have the same level of responsibilities that I do, and love we do and we get into that. Like, I love accountability. I love it, right? And I think that when you have a woman who can just hear something and it's feedback, and it's like, I'm feeling this way, and they can take it and work on it, it just puts wind beneath your wings. That's something magical, and I've had it in relationships. I've had it, in times and periods, even during my marriage. Like, when she just said to me, like, babe, I got this, like, that is amazing, right? To know that your woman has your back, has a full belief in you, that can have so many impacts positively, right? We're talking about some things that have negative impacts, right? But on the flip side, when you do it, when you talk to a man nice, when you talk to him the right way, and not just to manipulate, right? Because you can play in the dark arts if you want to, and fool me, and try to like lull me and use your feminine wiles. But when you really tap into that, we feel it, we know it, it's going to be reciprocal. It's amazing the power that you have to sway us, to change our mood, to change our self-confidence. Like, you can really do that. And it's more so in your action. So, you know, you can tell me, oh, you're greatest, you're this, I love you, da 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 da, all day long. That's wonderful, right? But in your actions, if you show me, there's power in that.
Yep, bro. Listen, I think what you just said there is really powerful. And I think if ladies understood the algorithm, this is what I'm going to call things now. I'm going to call it the algorithm. It means when you understand how things work. Okay, so that's our little code word. All right, guys. When we say the algorithm, it means you understand how things work. You understand the dynamics between men and women. When, and we spoke about this before. We spoke about this, I think, some months back when we were talking about this, when we had this kind of conversation behind the scenes. You know, when a woman's able to like say, hey, do you know what, I got it wrong, my bad, right? And just in case women say, no, we always do this, we always come out and say we're wrong, just a quick reminder, some of you were here for the live in the USA and y'all were saying you were 80% right and 20% men were 20% right. So just in case you think you were saying that, just from the observation of what we had on our live, you know, we're live in US, some of y'all were agreeing and nodding your head saying, yes, women are 8% right. So clearly, okay, women do have an issue sometimes when it comes to just admitting that they can be wrong. And I think one of the reasons why women find this difficult is because I think they get so emotionally tapped in that moment that, you know, when you get like angry, sometimes like when you get really angry at something, yeah, and then you have to come down, it's almost like you feel stupid for coming down. Like, now I've got so emotional about the situation. Coming down now just seems like a long thing. But yeah, no, the reality is, you know, we appreciate, and it makes us love you more. I want to be real with you. I don't think you understand. It makes us love you more when you're able to say, look, I got this wrong, I'm sorry. That's it. I'm not even asking you to go gun ho mad. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, you know what, you got this wrong. I appreciate it, babe, for coming to tell me that. You know what I mean? Now my trust levels even increase for you, because I can trust the fact that when you've gone wrong, you've able to correct, say, hey, I saw it. I got it wrong. You know, I can see that your pride's not there, so you can correct it. I can appreciate that. My love for you, it you know, it be growing. I'll be honest with you, it starts growing. So yeah, for me, I really, really appreciate a woman that can, you know, take accountability, you know, and who can admit that they can be at fault as well. It's such a beautiful thing. And definitely, like I said, bro, it puts a wind underneath your sails. It really does actually improve the relationship as well. So yeah, definitely is something that makes us feel even more deeper in love than with the woman you have, you know. Yeah, Corey, what's your thoughts?
I do also agree with everything that Sean was saying. When it comes to just the interaction between men and women in general, there has to be a deeper and better understanding of each other when it boils down to it. You know, respect wise, and any way that you're looking at it, it has to be a better and deeper understanding. And until we get to that point where we can talk to each other, and to get to a point where we understand what each other brings, and so when I say what each other brings, I mean, what do you bring to me that makes me happy? What do I bring to you that makes you happy, or excites you, or inspires you? You know, what is it we bring to each other that makes us want to keep thriving together as a union? When we can have those deep discussions, I think it'd be a much better union. I said that before. I think it just really boils down to knowing what you want, and certain things, knowing what. I think in these relationships, man, when it comes down to respect, is knowing what to ask for and knowing what it should automatically be. Certain things I don't feel like I really need to ask for in order to get the respect of my woman. Certain things I don't think she needs to ask for to get the respect of her man. So when it boils down to is knowing what those things are, I'm a gonna piggyback off what you said earlier, Kojo. When you said like a woman that brings you a plate, that's dope. You know what I'm saying? I've been in relationships where women do that, and it's something that's so simple. But you know,
So
some women look at it like, I'm not waiting on my man. I'm not doing that. Okay, fine. You're not the one for me. But a woman for me is going to be someone who's going to automatically do that. I'm not going to have to ask them to do it, because when it happened the first time to me, I never asked her to do it. She did it herself. So those type of things you don't necessarily need to ask for. You want to see what kind of woman that person is just out the bat, just who she is, or at the essence of who she is. Now, there'll be other times where you will need to say something. You will need to make your presence known, as far as this is what I like, this is what I don't like that you do, because you do this a little bit more. There's nothing wrong with having those conversations, but the foundation of who that person is should really speak to your heart. And ladies, if you're dealing with a guy, the foundation of who he is should really speak to you. You know, majority of everything he does for you should be something that you really already like, that you don't have to tell him that you like. It should be something he just automatically does. That's it.
Yep, I'm hearing you, brother. Hearing you definitely. Empress Case, that's right, earlier on. So way earlier on, she said, what I'm not hearing, the patience women have before they tap out, the accountability was there for a hot minute. Be for real. Hey.
Okay. All right. So I'll take this one. So I'm sorry, Empress. You said what you're not hearing is patience women have. It's not about what women do right. This right here is not about what women do right, the greatness of a woman, how beautiful you are, how gracious you are. We know these things, right? We're talking about things that can be worked on, that we can look inside ourselves, inside yourselves to be worked on. It's about being open, being vulnerable about the faults of right now. So I know a lot of times, you guys, I really do think that you guys, some women are kind of conditioned. Now, I'm not saying every woman, but some women are kind of conditioned to the pandering. The men that come on and just say, "Oh, how wonderful you are, how gracious you are. You're this, you're that, you're this, you're that." That validation, that's a constant need. And I think we're getting into the weeds when we do that, right? Because it comes to a point where all you get is all this validation. No wonder you think that you do nothing wrong, because all you hear is men telling you, hey, you're so great, you're so wonderful, you're so beautiful, you're so talented. These things are very true. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying they have the need to have us to say that on a constant basis every time we speak, every time we have a platform. It's a bit draining, because there's so many other things that we can talk about that can both help men to grow and also to help to grow. And that's what we're talking about today. We're trying to talk about, from the men's perspective, things that we see that women can actually dig a little bit deeper into and kind of get some growth from. And that's the topic of what I want to talk about. I don't know about you guys. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, but I'm just saying.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Go for sure.
I think, you asked a question a couple of lives ago, right? Who's better at accountability, men or women, right? Or who takes feedback better, men or women? I don't know. We've been on here for the last hour and 15 minutes. How many have agreed and how many have tussled? I think it's the minority that have agreed, and we got a lot of pushback, right? On something that, we all kind of have universally agreed, at least amongst this panel and feedback from some others, that it's an opportunity. So, yeah, I find it very interesting. I know it's not always easy to hear things that you could do wrong, but sometimes 2 ears, 1 mouth, in this instance, 2 sets of hands, pull that trigger finger back from your keyboard and maybe just hear us, maybe you don't need to respond, unless you're really sharing. Like some ladies have really shared some gems, like this is what they've learned, these are the things that they're worked on. That's it. That's where the power is.
Yeah, Empress, I'm sorry, Sean, I mean to cut you off, brother.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Empress, I definitely get what you're saying about the comment wasn't based on affirmation, but what it did do is that it's speaking to the negative part of a relationship that you're saying a man was the cause of. And we're very well aware, me and other guys, we are very well aware that women have had some horrible relationships. We know that you had relationships that you tried your hardest to get men to see the good in you, and they didn't see it. And that is the fault of those men. I will 100% say that. Same thing it will be for men. It'll be 100% the fault of that woman or those women. But right now, it's like, okay, what can we do ourselves to build? So I get what you're saying, Empress. I appreciate your feedback, though.
There was.
I think the other thing too, right, Corey? And it's not to diminish that folks have been in some bad relationships, right? But we talk about this so often, and I've shared my own personal, experiences about, when I got divorced, right? Could I have easily pointed the finger and said, it was her, and walked away? Sure. I think that's the easiest go-to to do, is to blame the person. But, I hear a lot of commentary, and this is something else. This might be a topic for another day, but I hear, well, I did all these things for him. And is that what he asked you to do? Did he ask you to do those things? Were you?
Well, that's what I was trying to say.
That you were with, was he showing you those things that you needed to see to for him to be worthy of the things that you were doing? So those are questions you probably should ask yourself, because if you wasted your time, your energy, your love, or your kindness on the wrong man, a lot of times it's because you wanted that wrong man to be the right one, and now you're going to make me pay for the wrong man that you put all your energy into. That's not my fault. And you probably should take a look at yourself to see, what does this man ask me to do? And I even saw another comment, I think it was Nina, that said, women are quietly doing work behind the scenes, and they may not even verbalize it. A lot of times you're doing the wrong work, because you're doing what you and your girlfriends talked about. No, what are the men asking from you? Right? And in this instance, what are we telling you to do? Don't tell me about what you're doing on Saturday, what you did yesterday in your book club meeting when y'all read Terry McMillan's 99th novel. That's beautiful, but that's for you. I want to talk about what you're doing for us that men are asking for you and from you. And are you paying attention, or are you dismissing the advice from the men in your very life, right? Because it's easy when somebody is close to you, because you feel like you know them, right? Oh, Sean ain't talk about nothing. He just bumping his gums. Probably not. Because I'm telling you, if I think it, I'm sure the next man is. So don't dismiss it. Don't tell me the other work you're doing. Don't tell me what you did for Tyrone, Jerome, Mark, Michael, and Sam, because that ain't me.
Oh, bro, you just said it beautifully, encapsulated it, what I was thinking, but it couldn't come to the tip of the front to say it. I didn't know how to get the thoughts together, but that was literally what I was thinking. And it's the assumption, because Leonard's point, sorry, I took it off, it's actually a really good point. Is that one? Is this? Yes. So I want to slow it down, ladies. This is, again, I want to make sure that it's not a bashing session. I want to make sure that we are working towards a collective goal here as well, right? So I just want you to pay attention and read this, because I think a lot of ladies might understand this and also agree, but I want you to read it again, right? So Nana says, what Empress is saying is women have a lot of unspoken accountability. First and foremost, how would I know you're being accountable when you're being unspoken? Number one. Okay. When there are problems, women often look inward first. First and foremost, why are you looking inward when we are dealing with an issue? Right? So you should be really listening to me to find out how you can help solve this issue. And I should be listening to you to figure out how to solve this issue. That's why we've got a problem right now. Then she puts Yoni steam, counseling, pole classes, cooking classes, self-help books. And as Sean said correctly, none of these is, I want to say it harshly so that people can pick up what I'm actually really saying here. Just bear with me. It's selfish. Because what you're really saying is you have all the answers within yourself. And listen, most times you hear me say, you should do the inner work. But this is not about inner work. This is about accountability, where if you ask me and I'm saying to you, look, you are rude when you talk, and you look inwards and go and do pole classes or go and do yoni classes or yoni steam or counsel, bro, we are discussing our issue here. The only valid answer here is counseling. That's probably the only valid one. But the rest of them, if we are having an issue, right, and I'm asking you to take accountability, all right, and then you look inwards without actually having the answer from myself as to what I'm requiring from you, you've actually robbed me of the opportunity to display to you and say, hey, this is how I want to be treated. And vice versa. If you're asking me to be accountable, and instead, and you know what? Women complain about men doing this all the time. Let me give you an example. A situation comes up, we argue, all right, it's all mad. I go and buy flowers or buy some jewelry. I bring it home and say, babe, we're all good. And you're looking at me like, what do you mean we're all good? Well, I looked within myself and I thought, according to the algorithm, a woman would like flowers in this moment. So I'm going to buy flowers, and it should cover up the cracks in the pavement. But then I haven't actually dealt with the actual issue that you're asking me to deal with. Right? So women are not doing the unspoken accountability. And it's this kind of stuff that is frustrating for men, because women believe they're doing something. And I said this on another video. Women think they're the greatest communicators. They're not. You're just as bad as men. You're in the same boat, rowing just as hard as we are. Effective communication also buys into that understanding that I'm trying to make you understand where I'm coming from. Talking a lot doesn't mean you're communicating very well. It just means you're talking a lot. Right? So both parties are rowing the boat of poor communication, because sometimes women think they're superior. This is why when I went back to our live that we did when we was in America, and women were screaming and chanting, saying, yes, women are 80% right. And this is why also on the live that I did with Cadian, when Cadian was saying, you think the women were on Ready to Love were much better than the men? And I'm looking at her like, no, you're all in the same boat, rowing the unaccountability boat with each other. You've got problems. But the inability to be able to see that, you may feel you're superior and you're not. I'm seeing a lot of messages in the chat right now about women being, dealing with men that are emotionally immature. Why are you dealing with them? Because at a point in time, you was also emotionally immature. That's why you were dealing with them. Okay? So you in the same boat. We all in the same boat. No one's really better than the other people. I'll be honest with you. Yeah? So, yes, I'm hearing what you ladies are saying. The unspoken accountability here, which doesn't actually include me. It's about you trying to provide an answer, trying to fix everything, rather than actually sitting with me and seeing how best we can fix it. You're trying to fix it. You're becoming Superwoman before you need to become Superwoman. I don't need that from you. So, and I think Sean encapsulated very beautifully, very correctly as well, by saying, hey, look, you're doing all you're doing, but is that what I actually needed? Is that actually what I needed from you? So just before, and remember I said to you at the beginning of this live, I said, before you jump down my throat thinking it's me, have you checked you, boo? Because it could be you. You know what I mean? So again, it's not about bashing women. I want people to understand, if you're new here as well, I don't know if anyone's new. I haven't seen a comment, so I don't know. It's still on the same page it was before. But if you're new here, this is not a bashing session. We're having a conversation. So the woman can push back in the chat. We really appreciate it as well. And we're also pushing back as well and saying, hey, maybe we see some things a little bit differently as well. All right. So yeah, thank you for that comment, Nana, as well. And I know you are having a real conversation. So this is not an indictment on you. It's more of a case. I just saw that. I was like, oh, this could be a really good basis for us to show what we're talking about. The assumption women are making about us as men. They're trying to solve the issue for us rather than allowing us to be a part of the solution. And that's where we're missing each other as well. I don't know if any of the men want to talk on that. Yes, Corey?
Yeah, so I really do think that a lot of women do feel that they know men, and they have to. It needs to be understanding that men and women do want the same things. We do believe the same things when it comes to the relationship itself. We don't want to be. It's not a cookie cutter type situation where every man is going to respond the same way, where every woman is going to respond the same way. But I think that this is partially, we have to share the blame in this as men too, because we don't set records straight. We don't check the situation because of various reasons. Oh, because she's so beautiful. I don't want to this boat. She fine. Have you seen her? Have you seen how bad she is? I'm not gonna rock the boat. She's got me completely wrong. She has no idea how to love me, how to inspire me, how to make me feel empowered when it comes to our relationship. She has no idea how to do that, but she's beautiful though. Oh, but she cooks so well. You know, I don't want to rock that boat. And a lot of times we as men, we leave that unchecked. So now the whole time that woman is thinking she's doing everything correct. She's doing everything right because we're not speaking up. And that's something that women, you know, I really would like for women to be to identify that as well, because it's something you can identify. You know, when everything you're doing, he's just saying, yeah, oh, that's great. You're doing a great job. Yeah. Everything's good. Yep. It's always going to be something that can be fine-tuned. It's always going to be something that can that you can change over time to make your relationship better. So if he's always okay, everything is always fine, then that's a telltale sign that, okay, he's in it with you, but he's not really in it with you because he's letting a lot of things pass that he should be speaking up on. And I think if more men spoke up on what we don't like that women are doing, then more women will understand that there are differences in men. Not all of them are the same.
Do you want to add, Sean? I thought do you want to add?
I saw a couple of good
Comments. Yeah.
The comments are really.
Just hit me up which one you want me to highlight, and I'll bring it up, because I think
Dahlia at the shucks. There's so many. Oh man, what marker is it? At the 35 mark.
Okay. Yeah, I'm coming up there. This one here?
Yeah. I love this because similar to what you were talking about earlier, Coach, it's like we get that thrown at us a lot, especially, you know, the majority of the subscribers on the platform are women, right? So we get told so very often, you know, women are better communicators. Women, you know, are out here. Where all the good women are. We're just waiting for that good man. And you're the exception to the rule and this and that, right? And I just feel like there's some cap in that. And I think like Dahlia nailed it, right? You know, we just communicate differently. And I'm not saying men are better communicators than women are either. I'm just saying, like, I think it's more a frequency and a way, you know, like women give you a whole lot more details. And when men don't do that, sometimes women feel like that we're holding back. No, just with certain things we may give you less of a detail because we don't really want to go into it. If we didn't have a great day at work, we're probably not going to want to talk at length about it until we've thought through it a little bit more, right? And not to say that women might not feel the same way, and there's some women that don't want to do that too. But I think there's something to be said in the differences between men and women, and us being okay with that. I feel like we have to justify so often, you know, and when we start talking about some of the differences between men and women, right? You know, because then we'll get that. Well, women want that too. Well, we want you to respect us too. We want you to talk to us nice too. It's like, can we just be different because we are? Can we just want something differently just because we do? You know, just like women, you're different. There's going to be things that are more appealing to you, you know, than they are to us. Like, I want to normalize. It's okay that men and women are different, right? And it's not to say we're two different, you know, on two different planets. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but we are different.
Hey, can you put one up by Andre Delane? I think it's 938. Yeah, I wanted to touch base on this right here. A lot of men have been conditioned not to speak as well. So I do think that a lot of men don't speak either one or two reasons. One, what Andre is saying is they've been conditioned not to speak, or two, they don't know how to articulate themselves in a manner where it comes across as being one, respectful, and then also meaning what you're saying. And they don't back their words up. So a lot of men cower at times when it comes to speaking to women. You know, some men out there, you know, they don't know how to speak to a woman in a respectful way and still get the point across. They feel like they have to cower. That's why that whole happy wife, happy life type of thought process, or do what your woman says do. The wife is always right, the woman is always right mentality. It comes from that, because you can stand up for yourself and speak up for yourself and mean what you say. It's been a take charge type of guy. It's been an effective leader. You can use that in a lot of different ways. But just to sit back and say, okay, it's whatever you want, dear. Okay, dear. Fine, dear. Yes, okay, whatever you like to have, whatever you want for dinner. It's if you keep doing that, being that yes man, that type of beta male is what's going to condition you to be someone who's not going to speak up for themselves. And then that's transfer of power. And that transfer of power is a serious thing, because once someone has that mindset of transfer of power and they obtain that power, you're putting yourself in a very vulnerable state, because they can really manipulate you in the course of the relationship to think that everything is your idea, to think that that you're the cause and the reason for everything. So whether it's positive or negative, so it's just something to be mindful of. But I have seen instances where men do not speak up for themselves. They're afraid to speak up because they can't articulate well.
So in that case, the men got to do better, you know, because we asking the ladies to also be accountable. I appreciate you sharing the why. The why is important as well. Now we know the why. Those men who are struggling to articulate how they feel, you need to do the work. Okay. So now we've explained the why. You need to go and do the work. There is no more excuses. We've said your why. We can understand where you're coming from. We're empathetic. We understand. Go and do the work. Okay. If you need to talk to a counselor, if you need to go and do therapy, go and do that work, because we can't put that on the woman to become a therapist and pull teeth and try and get you to speak. So you need to learn also to advocate for yourself, just like you would if you went into a shop or you went into a restaurant. You're not expecting a waiter to order for you. You're going to order by looking at the menu and going, this is what I want. Same thing. You got to advocate for yourself in a relationship as well. Look at the menu within the relationship. Say, hey, this is what I need in a relationship. This is what I want in a relationship. So I appreciate you sharing that, Corey, as well. And for the men out there who are listening to this, you don't have excuses. The women are not to blame. You need to go and do what you need to do. Okay? I appreciate you. All right, cool. Yes. Any other points have come up? Go for it, Sean.
I was going to say at the 43-minute mark, Lakeisha
Yep.
Richardson. I think
Okay,
that.
cool. Fantastic. Let's go. Yeah, I'm on there almost. Yeah, got it for you, bro. There you go.
Yeah, mute.
Oh, my bad. That highlights a conversation that you and I were having earlier today when we were talking about when sometimes women are communicating from an emotional standpoint and they're feeling emotionally, their emotions are validating what they feel. So it becomes the facts, but that's not really how things played out, you know? And then that sometimes causes friction, because if we're like XYZ happened, but the woman is talking from an emotional place, like this is, you know, her feelings are dictating the issue, then it becomes a very difficult conversation to have, right? Even in this, right? I think a legitimate question almost for some of the ladies that are responding in kind of like disagreement with us, what do they hear us saying, right? You know, like what do you hear that we're saying that elicits the response from you, where you want to tort back or respond back about your experiences with men, right? Like, what is it that you hear? I would love to understand that, right? Because I think that is a real way to bridge the gap, because we're saying one very specific thing. There are some ladies that are getting it, which I think is more of the minority than the majority. But a lot of you are coming back to us with a lot of pushback. So I'm just curious to know, what do you hear that we're saying?
Good question. Good question. It's also on the bottom as well. So if you didn't hear the question, ladies, it's at the bottom of the screen. What are you women hearing that's making you push back? You know, what are you hearing from us that's making you push back? We want to know so we can discuss it as well. And so we can move forward as well, right? Let's see what the lady's going to say. Whew. It's interesting. This conversation's it's been good. I think we're getting somewhere. Whilst we wait for the inputs to come in, let's this as well. King Gomez says that's a good point. Sometimes women ask men for things they're not capable of, not in a rude way, like they're dumb or not able to learn. But certain people just haven't learned certain skills. So yeah, which is very true. Some of those men do not have the capacity, unfortunately. So that's also important as well.
And that still feels like a backhanded insult to me. I don't know.
No, some men don't have the capacity. You know, like how we said about with Monique and Chris. I feel like sometimes his capacity was a little bit, and she's asking more than actually his capacity is. It felt like at points, you know what I mean? But I don't think she meant it in that way. But do you feel like it was back on the comment? I didn't see it that way. But maybe if you saw that way, I understand. But I guess I was seeing it differently.
Maybe not a backhanded compliment, but an undertone.
Okay.
Of like they're asking for more than he can give. Like, how about you're asking for something that maybe you don't need that from that man. You know, like Monique is asking for Chris for all of these things, but does she need that from him to be in a successful, happy relationship? Or has she manifested that this is what she desires of a relationship? How does she know that's going to be something that brings him joy? You know, like, I just think like sometimes we create a fantasy of things that will be wonderful in our relationship, but are those things that are really going to be, necessary? Or are you going to find that in somebody else? So let's say she leaves Chris tomorrow. Is there a man out there that can provide for you, give you a very similar lifestyle, make you extremely happy, and then give you all of that too, and be faithful to you? I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what ladies are saying. Okay. Okay, so let's go. Got any points yet for the ladies? Okay, Hopeful EC said, I think maybe some of the ladies are thinking of how many men they've dealt with that lack emotional bandwidth and intelligence. So maybe that's what they're hearing. So whatever I hear, I think of an experience, 100% an emotional communicator. Okay. All right. Okay. Definitely good points. Simpre says, what we hear is all the work and trying we have done on ourselves and in our relationships are not enough. And it feels like you're speaking generally, not understanding the nuance. I'm going to talk to that in a second. I love that. Go for it, Cole. You want to say something?
Yeah, so I know I've heard a few women speak on the emotional part that they feel that men is missing from men in a relationship. So I'm curious, because there is another place. Like I said, with women, there's always going to be a happy medium. You can't be an extreme on one end or another. You can have a man that's too emotional. You can have a man that's not emotional enough. So what does that medium look like? What is that level of emotion that a man can display to his woman or with his woman, that a woman can still respect him, doesn't see him as, a punk or he's a big softy or whatever the case is, because that's what needs to be explored as well. And I think that we're going to find that it varies from woman to woman. And in situations like that, it makes it difficult for us to gauge and get it right, no matter what relationship we're in. because when it comes to that emotional exchange with a woman, there are some women who have a higher threshold of what we can give them emotionally than others. So that takes time to be able to give and figure out and XYZ. So I think I want to know also, like, are you giving enough time for that to actually take place? Or are you in and out in 30 days because this man has not shown you enough emotion? Or are you in and out and do you give him more time to do that? So it really boils down to that aspect for me.
I definitely hear that. Any other thoughts, Sean? Right now? Or do you want to look at those? Okay. Cool. Okay. So really appreciate the ladies sharing and saying what they're hearing as well, because I get it. I think what they're saying they're hearing sometimes is all the experiences they've particularly gone through with men or boys, I should say, who they've encountered in the past. And so I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that, because now we get a better understanding as well about where you're coming from. Again, you know, these situations, they are difficult to hear, and they're hard, because you know what, I do empathize, because when you do hear something, even as a man, you can get triggered. I don't even say triggered, but you can also put yourself in a space where you can respond with your experience of what you've seen from the opposite side. And it can be very difficult sometimes to put your experience aside and say, let me just hear what people are saying, right? And then try to work of it that particular way. What I will say is, obviously, you know, we're not trying to ignore the nuances, but I also feel like by acknowledging the nuances, you know, we're not trying to go down a nuance aspect, because we're just saying as a general consensus, meaning it's not for everyone, but it's a general consensus in terms of dealing with certain situations. I think if there's a nuance and you believe you're in the nuance, by all means, you're in the nuance. Stay in the nuance. It doesn't apply to you then. But the reality is, not all of us are in the nuance as we say we are. We like to say we're in the nuance because that makes us feel better, because then we're an exception to the rule. When in reality, a lot of us are not the nuance. We're in the rule. We are in the rule, and you are in the general consensus, but you might be sometimes trying to make it a nuance, because then it means I'm an exception. My situation was different. In reality, likely situation probably the same as most people's. Okay, one or two details probably different, but not much different. Do you know what I mean? Look, by all means, there are men out there, and if you're encountering men who are stumped in development emotionally, I totally hear what you're saying. Yeah, they're I get it, but we weren't talking about those type of men. You can hear us speaking. You can hear us talking about our experience. You can hear us talking about our perspective as well. And so we're speaking from a particular plane, a particular level, you know what I mean? So, but I do acknowledge the fact that some of you ladies have obviously encountered low vibration, they would say, you know what I mean, without being too rude. You get me? So definitely hear that. Okay. Majority of women in this chat have not had an intimate relationship with male who have the same level of emotional capacity or maturity they have. There is a deep regression we are enduring lately. And I think, again, I totally hear what the ladies are saying. But remember, I said to you, before you shoot that gun, are you sure your side ain't messing up either? Are you sure? Are you sure? Yeah, you know what I mean? But if it's your experience, it's your experience. I don't want to take that away from you. But I'm going to say, are you sure that also on your side that you were emotionally mature? If you're already responding, not you per se, doctor, just saying, but if they're already responding to our conversation from an experience and an emotional standpoint, what is there to say that you weren't doing that in a relationship? How mature would that have been for you to consistently respond to something in an emotional standpoint and potentially miss the actual point of what the person was saying? So how mature were you really? Do you know what I'm saying? So before we shoot the gun, I'm saying, before we shoot the gun, are we sure that we too are not going to be hit by this bullet? You understand? But I'm hearing you, doctor. I'm not taking anything away from you. I'm just saying, before we jump that gun, I thought I saw a bunny rabbit. Before we get to that space, just in case the bullet may be coming back your way too. Just saying, on that point. I know ladies are saying they want to have to say, well, the way we do it, we don't invite all the ladies up. It's one lady at a time. You know what I mean? And then we give you like a minute to max to explain your point, and then we come back because it is men's edition. It's not ladies panel. So I do appreciate ladies want to have their say. If you do want to get involved, listen, we'll have 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, man. I mean, 2 minutes. I think 1 minute sometimes is a bit short when you explain your whole point. We do it 2 minutes at a go. You explain your point, and I want to just be very frank and rude. I'm not being misogynistic, but you may see it as this. You get to 2 minutes, and I tell you to keep quiet, and you don't. I just, I'm lucky not to cut you off, but it makes me feel like I don't want to add you again to do it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So just keep it respectful. Keep it cute. And yeah, let's have that conversation. But it is men's panel, so we will keep you limited in your time in terms of scope. We're not looking for a full-on back forth conversation. Okay, so that could be for another day as well. All right, cool. Any more points, bro? Before I let one or two ladies.
I was just gonna add, like, it just goes back to the feedback, right? How good are you at feedback and receiving it? What do you do in a relationship when someone shares with you something they want you to do differently? Are you defensive? Or are you open to hearing it at all? And from some of the ladies, listen, Dr. 100%, I get that you may have your education and you might be highly developed, but sometimes we could think we're too highly evolved and developed to get some real honest feedback. And it's not always going to be packaged in the way you think it's going to be packaged. But if the person is telling you something because they've had an experience with you, then I think it's worthy of you listening to them, no matter where you feel they fall on the EQ, IQ scale. You know what I mean? Like, if I chose somebody enough to be in relationship with them, whether it was 6 days, 6 months, 6 minutes, 6 hours, 6 years, right? Then I don't care where they fall on the bandwidth. I chose them, right? And if they got something to tell me about me because they've experienced me, maybe I should just take a step back and listen before I start talking about them and what I think they can't do. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. At 9:53, I appreciate that. She said, well, I'll wait for you to find it and pull it up. If you can find it.
I'll find it for you, bro. Who is it by?
Dahlia.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's good. I like this. You just don't want to be dismissed. Okay, acknowledge the concerns and take into account. So I get this. I understand. I know a lot. I've been reading the comments as well. I heard when I asked the question about what is emotional for you. What do you want a man to be emotionally? And a lot of you said that when it comes to a man and emotions, you think of understanding. What is he understanding at the end of the day? Is he understanding that you're working on something? Is he understanding that you're not perfect? Is he understanding that you're not being open about your feelings? What is he being understanding about? Understanding someone's flaws should be something that naturally, should happen with any man in a relationship, because we all have flaws. But I'm just curious, when you say understanding, I can use that in so many different ways. And I don't want to blanket anyone's statement, when they speak on emotions. But for Dalia, hopefully I'm saying your name right. I apologize if I'm not. You want your concerns to be acknowledged and to take it into account. So what are you doing the follow-up? So when you talk to your man and you say, okay, babe, this is what's going on with me. This is what I don't like. This is what I care about. This is what I don't care about. Do you do the follow-up and say, okay, do you understand where I'm coming from? What did you take from what I just said? All right. There's nothing wrong with asking that question. What did you just take from what I just said? It's not saying he didn't listen to you. It's not pointing a finger at him that says he's not concerned about what you want. You just want a clear understanding of what did he take from what you just said. And his response to that will tell you everything you need to know about that guy. So sometimes the follow-up questions matter as much as the questions. So keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Listen, the lady said you wanted to add something to the conversation, ladies. Look, I've put the link there. As I said, 2-minute timer. We'll put you on. Come and say what you feel respectfully. And yeah, we'll hold a little bit of space for you, ladies. One at a time. We'll have you on the panel, and just get the conversation flowing that way. But yeah, no, no, it's been a really good conversation. I mean, I think this has been interesting because I think, like I said, we're learning as we're having more of these conversations about the opposite sex. I think we're learning as well about Sinitra says, but my thing is, women have been saying this for years, yet y'all still don't get it. No, I don't know. And I would say that if there are men that are not going to get it, why are you dealing with them? Because there are men that get it. You know what I mean? Why deal with those men? I'm of the same ilk. If I've been saying something for the longest of time and women don't get it, I'm not going to deal with you. I don't need to deal with women that don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I think both sides say things to the other side that women don't get, that men don't get, and we've witnessed it on this channel as well, right? So if I say men want peace, I've witnessed women saying we want it too. We've been saying it for years, but y'all don't get it. But the reality is, on both sides, people say a lot of things that the others just don't get. You know what I mean? On both sides, people say things that they don't fully get. So, I get where you're coming from, Shanitress. It's I get it, but on both sides there are problems. Problems. I see you, doctor, in the background, but your device is not connected. I need you to connect so we can actually bring you up, because it's not allowing me to bring you up because your device is not connected for some reason. So just connect yourself. Sing, Pray, Love said, where are these men, Kojo, in the UK? I said, they're there. Where the good women? I don't know. The same place the good men are at. Somewhere in the atmosphere. You gotta find them, okay? You gotta find them. The same way, where the good women at? I don't know. You gotta find them. Where do we find good women at? I don't know. The same place you probably find a good man at. You know what I mean? Just open your eyes a little bit more. You might see them. Okay, that's something else. That's not what I was looking for. As a comment, let's see some of the comments here. I did want to address this earlier on. I think this was by RJ Renee. She said, I noticed when I was sweet, honest, and loving, I wasn't appreciated. And I want to say this. You're in the wrong relationship. It's as simple as that. If you're telling me that you being nice, sorry, wrong words, you being kind, because that's better. Nice is not good. It's not a good description. But if you being kind, sweet, honest, and loving is making you unappreciated by the opposite sex, you dealing with Pookies and Ray Rays, and that's all I can say. Don't blame me. Don't blame Sean. Don't blame Corey. Don't blame the likes of our ilk. You are dealing with Pookies and Ray Rays, because we appreciate kindness, we appreciate honesty, we appreciate love, we appreciate sweetness. We just spoke for a good 5 minutes earlier on, talking about how we really, really appreciate when you're being accountable. So look, if the man really cares about you and you being sweet, honest, and loving, we're gonna appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? We're definitely gonna appreciate you. Now, if you got no boundaries at all, that's still not a me issue. That's a you issue. Because that's a different story. If you got no boundaries at all, where anything goes and you end up being mistreated, that's the type of man who wants to do that to you, number one. But number two, also as well, that's not me issue. That's an RJ issue. You know what I mean? I'm going to need you, okay, to have better boundaries. If it be that. I don't know if it is that for you, RJ. I'm just kind of hypothetically saying, in a sense. I don't know the fullness of it. So, okay. Okay, we've got Broke But Bougie. Bro Bougie, is that you, Doctor? Bro Bougie, is that you in the background, or is that someone else? Okay, we got someone else, another lady. Okay, all right, Bro Bougie, you got 2 minutes. We need to share your side, and we will discuss. Okay. Yeah, okay, all right.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, Bro Bougie, you got 2 minutes.
Okay.
We need to share your I think your YouTube's in the background's playing, so you might have to minimize the sound of it.
Okay. Let me
No,
stop. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Hi, nice
no,
to
you're
meet you,
good.
Coach Fan.
How you doing? You right?
I listen to Sean. I might be one of the few ones in the chat. I agree with Sean. I think the issue is with women. We've got to take accountability. I understand some of the people's opinions in the chat, but I think the problem is that especially women, especially Black women, have been so beat on so much and beat down that they don't want to take any criticism. And that's just as bad as men that don't want to take criticism. I saw people in the chat talk about, well, some people, there's a big gap. All they've had is like deficient men. And I'm like, well, if you've only dealt with deficient men and trying to work out with people who aren't emotionally available, you need to check yourself. You need to move on, get some discernment. Everybody has had issues. I've had guys tell me, hey, your way you talk to me, that didn't make me feel really cool. And I sat there and listened and I took it. I didn't argue. I didn't clap back. And I think the problem is just like that happy wife. My mother has been married 55 years. She was like, that's the biggest lie. She is like happy couple. Because she says, I know a lot of women who are happy wives and their husbands got side pieces because they feel they can't speak. Because people also forget, besides happy wife, happy life, on the other side, what do some men say? It's cheaper to keep her. I don't want to be with a man that's saying it's cheaper to keep me. I want him to be happy. I want him to race home. I just think we have to, as women, take some accountability. You're not always right. I'm going to say this real quick. I work with a woman, sweet as pie, 6 kids by 4 different men. And she couldn't understand a boyfriend that she was with for 10 years. Now, he didn't have any children by her. She didn't understand why he never married her. He went and married someone else. So I told her, I said, well, did you ever communicate with him about how you wanted to be married? Well, why should I have to say that? I mean, we were together for 10 years. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, you need to take some accountability. You allowed this man to date you for all this long time, and you didn't put any requirements. Have some standards and requirements, ladies. And I think that's where you don't have to be up here always the, Black men ain't ish. I can't stand that statement. No, it's not
Last
that.
10 seconds.
It's not that Black men aren't ish. It's the Black men that you choose to deal with on a consistent basis aren't ish. So you need to get a good therapist, not the pastor, a good therapist, and learn your triggers and your issues and why you do the things and pick better.
Thank you.
And have some discernment.
Thank you, Brooks and Bougie. I appreciate that. I think the fellas appreciate that too. Sean.
It goes both ways. I mean, I can't sit up here when I hear, especially Black people.
Brooks and Bougie. I know. I'm sorry, time.
Yeah.
Brooks and Bougie,
That's
apologies.
not
Sorry,
true.
time.
That's
Apologies.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. No worries, sis. Appreciate you. God bless.
God bless.
Doctor, you got 2 minutes. Talk to us.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Go for it.
Hey, brothers, how y'all doing?
How you doing, baby?
I'm gonna call y'all some Black unicorns because y'all only talking about y'all. You know what I'm saying?
First of all, Doctor,
y'all some Black
you're
unicorns.
gonna go up here standing all sweet with your
chat.
voice.
Go off, chat, because don't get me wrong. I definitely know some women, especially in my family who I've grown up around. We've got a couple of ladies who very loving. They're the epicenters of their families, but they can be harsh, rough around the edges in communication. Why? Because they've been placed in that position of responsibility. So Sean had alluded to, don't talk to me like I'm your child, blah, 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 blah. And that, not to say blah as what you said was blah, but they've been placed in that epicenter of responsibility because the men in their surrounding them have not stepped up in any kind of way that said leadership, said partnership. It was, okay, she's a workhorse, and we're gonna follow her. We're gonna complain about her. We're gonna talk about her. We're gonna say all these things about her, but we're gonna eat that good food. We're gonna let them kids get watched. We're gonna let them bills get paid. We're gonna let all that da 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 da. And when I said was, a lot of the women in the chat, especially Black women, not just in the chat, but I don't know a lot of men. I don't know y'all like that. I mean, it's a good vibration, it's love, but I don't know y'all like that. But rarely do I even see men in my world communicate on the level that you're even at. And Kojo, you already know I'll go toe to toe with you as often as I can in that comment. So you know we try. But it's all love. I feel the intention behind it. I feel the love behind it, even if we are in disagreement at times. But the communication, it's not just you're just dating. Oh, are you mature? You dating immature people because you're immature. But we're all going to have these mirroring moments. But the truth is that unfortunately in our community, a lot of our males have not turned into men yet. We have a gap, and it is cultural. It's commodification. It's economical. It's a lot of reasoning by it. But at the end of the day, I cannot delay myself any further. I have to move forward. And so personally, I just tend to, I'll just delete. I'll disappear on your ass real quick. I'll be like, oh, they'll be like, where'd she go? I'll be like, oh, nope, he talking crazy. Got to go by. Because everybody ain't ready for my communication. And I'm not a harsh person. I'm very patient. But everybody don't respond well to patience. Some people resent patience. Some people get angry with patience. Some people get real emotional when you aren't emotional with them. And I'm not talking about the ladies. Okay, that was my 2 minutes. Thank you.
No, it's we appreciate
Love
that.
y'all.
You can stay in
Bye.
the background. Love you too. You'll be in the background. I can invite you guys back up in a sec. Boys, men, what are we hearing from? What are we hearing?
I guess some of us are males, some of us are unicorns, some of us are zebras. We got a lot of classifications to figure out where we fit. So I'm still processing that.
Let you process it.
Yeah. It seems like, you know, I'll say this, you know, if you're running into men who don't fit the bill, it shouldn't be hard for you to dismiss these men. These men should not be taking up a lot of your time, right? So I'm not saying that, you know, some men are cunning, some men, you know, aren't manipulative. I'm not saying that at all, but the older you get, the more relationships you get into, the wiser you're supposed to become in the form of in the act of relationships. So to me, no, there is no pee in the pool for a dating pool for me, because when I'm dating someone, if their intentions aren't where I'm at, then it's time for me to move on. if it is where I am, then it's great. Then we can move forward. But it's really just that simple for me, and I'm able to acknowledge that really, really quickly. So it's not going to take me 6 months, a year, 2 years to realize someone isn't really good for me. It's going to be in a matter of a few days, a few conversations, I can be able to tell that. And if I'm wrong, okay, I'm happy with being wrong, but I'm going off of my gut instinct. But usually I am right. So yeah, so I just think that where we are right now as men and as women, you know, we should be at a much more mature point, a much more mature state of knowing what we want, being able to articulate what we want. And the same thing for a woman, knowing what she wants, being able to identify a man who's not giving her what she wants and not letting that man waste her time.
Listen, Kojo, I think we just need to get the EpiPens, because it seems like some of the ladies are allergic to accountability, right? So they just want to have allergic reactions. So we just need to get our EpiPens out, you know, so because the ladies are going to go into anaphylactic shock when we start talking about what they do and what they need to do better. So if you got your EpiPen on deck, get it, get a Benadryl, because we ain't going nowhere. You know, there's some stuff you got to do different, and you should think very highly of yourself. So this ain't to clip at your, you know, your self-esteem and to dim your light and to change your ideas of manifestation. Those are all lovely and wonderful things. However, there are some things that you do need to do differently in your relationships with men, you know, and they're going to serve you well if you want to have relationships with men in that capacity. Now, some of the ladies are like, they're happy and they're successfully single, and that's not a bad word, right? So if that's you, then you don't even have a horse in this race, right? Because if you're looking to stay single, then stay single, you know, because then what we have is not really going to add value to you, because you're not wanting to do work to be in a relationship. Because guess what? It takes the work on two sides, right? Two sides, both of our sides. And trust me, ladies, y'all do not have it all figured out. You don't.
So I think this is a situation I think is quite interesting. I would say that thank you, Doctor, and thank you, Brockton Bougie, as well. Bourget, I should say. But honestly, I think this is such an interesting it's instant take, because with this situation, I think what we're dealing with here is that there are some aspects that within a relationship scope, we're asking for people to have accountability in choice. See, I don't know, and I'm gonna put a theory. It's a theory. It doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's fact either. But could it be that the ladies are also struggling to find good men because you struggle to know what a good man is? Right? Maybe is that a struggle there? It's a theory. It's not actually, it's the truth. It's a theory. Okay. So is it the struggle because you can't identify what the good man is? Right? Because within the scope of finding a good man, it means you must reject other options. You see, as a man, as a boy at one point in time, me and Sean have spoken about this before. You lot hear us joke about this all the time. When you ask us who do we like, we mention toxic women. Now, would we go ahead and marry that person? Would we go ahead and date that person? No. We separate our fantasy from our reality. We totally understand that this person as a fantasy would work, but in reality, this person as a relationship person wouldn't. Now, can all men do that? No, because this is why we have so much divorces. So it's not every man, right? But when you evolve and you get to a place where you are discerning, the responsibility becomes onto you that there are going to be some opportunities that you need to say, I can't accept those opportunities. And I have to leave them at where they are, because they're going to only take up my time. And so I'm saying, is it always the fact that the men are always really bad? There are trash men everywhere, and there are trash women there as well. But at the end of the day, the responsibility comes on me, and it comes onto you as we're picking somebody, whether you're willing to be patient and say, I'm going to have to hold out myself a little while, like you ladies saying that you are doing already, and saying, do you know what? I'll have to wait until the right guy comes along. And that may mean there's a period of wait that may be far extending than I actually like. And the same goes for me. That, look, any man out there who is healed will start to realize the more healed you become, the more difficult it is to find a right partner, because you start equating people on that level and saying, well, we're not on the same level. So now this is no longer acceptable for me. And the same thing happens to ladies too. The more healed you become, the more you realize these men are trash. The same thing for men. So the difficulty, the difficulty people are having in this situation, is that there are going to be opportunity costs that are going to happen. So yes, the more healed you become, the more difficult it is to find the right kind of person, because the more you're expecting, because you understand what you bring to the table. So it's not just just women who are suffering. Men too are also suffering as they become more acclimatized to being better in communication, being better in the emotional aspect. They have to also weigh up those options as well. And so the last piece of it is, if we look at how many women there are to how many men there are, I'm going to say it again, the odds are against you. So my good sisters, okay, all right, unfortunately, some of y'all are going to miss out. Okay, no matter how good you are, some of you are going to miss out. Okay, now asking the me to sort out the rest of the men in that general bunch, I got things to do. Okay, so I can't change them because men, they can only change when they want to change. You know what I'm saying? We can put out great content. Hopefully they connect with it and they learn. You know, we had Cheeky Banter here the other day as well, which was a great conversation, stuff like that. When that starts impacting them, fantastic. You know what I mean? We can start one by one, you know, and hopefully that starts to spread. But the reality is there's more women than men, it seems like. So unfortunately, it's going to be much harder, you know, making a choice because unfortunately there's more of you, which means the competition really isn't men having to chase women. The competition is slightly turning into women chasing men because you're now having to show that out of all of you, who's the top one out of the bunch. That's also part of the reality that's also happening within the crop of things. But I would always say, first and foremost, you don't have to conform. Hold to your standards. Keep it true. If that means you have to spend an expended amount of time just staying single for a while, fantastic. The right opportunity will come. I just with my friend the other day. I was hosting just yesterday, and there's one girl that I knew from years back at church, and I saw her and I was joking. I said to her, "Oh, are you not fasting and praying anymore?" And then she was like laughing, and she said, "Oh, this is my husband." And I was like, "Oh, fantastic. Nice guy, handsome, you know, great energy, you know what I'm saying?" And so you may be thinking, you know, that there's an extended period of time to wait. And it's like, why should I have to wait? But the reality is, you want the right kind of person to be there, you may have to take a bit of time to be single. And that may take a little bit longer than actually planned. That may no longer coincide with the fantasy that we all have been sold by Disney that doesn't exist. Okay. Finding your Prince Charming and he's on a white horse and steed coming to collect you and pick you up and take you to the most expensive restaurant to feed you by the dozen and then buy you a house and then everything like that. Listen, it's Disney. Okay. I mean, he can still buy your house. It's not Disney, but you know what I mean? So those realities, those fantasies have to be broken. So just, you know, I understand where the ladies are coming from, wanting to understand as well, you know, that unfortunately, that the game is a little bit rigged. Madam, anything else you got to say?
Yeah.
You go ahead, Corey. All right. So listen, it's so interesting how we got to divestment, you know, and you know that's the banner. I'll take it as jokes, right? But you know, we said this the other night. You gonna take you to that same white king, that same Latin king, that same Asian king. So as long as you bring in you and you ain't working on you, guess what? You gonna get them same outcomes. So go chase away. Go make it about black men if you want to. Just like we can't make it about black women, right? But you go ahead and you make it about black men and go ahead, go off. You know, we welcome it. You know, and hopefully you will find better options. Maybe in the process, if you do some you work, you'll get better options and you'll be better off no matter what color your king comes in. But you know, have fun at it.
You should have fun with it.
Okay. All right. So let's get to a real point here now, because as far as commitment goes, you know, a lot of people will say that men are commitment phobes. You know, we don't want to be committed in a committed relationship. We don't want to be with a woman to marry her and this, that, and the other. But on the flip side, you know, a lot of what happens around us, society, you know, it really tries to control the mindset, especially of our women. When you have shows like Scandal, we have shows like Being Mary Jane, that glorifies dating multiple men, that glorifies dating married men. And then you have, I've heard several women say this, and then of course, several is not a lot of women compared to what the world offers. But I heard a lot of women tell us you know, I want to get my Lori Harvey on. Like that's a goal to aspire towards, you know, going from one man to another, just living your best life and this, that, and other. If that's what you want, go for it. But you can't go for that lifestyle and then talk down on other men who are trying to be in a committed relationship. Talk to men who are trying to do right by you or what have you. So there are different looks on life. There's different looks on what you want out of life. And if you want someone who's going to be there for you, be committed, you have to come in with that same type of mindset. You can't come in with the mindset as if the relationship is a fallback. You're looking at it as, okay, I'm doing great by myself. I'll get in a relationship if I want to, but I'm really doing okay by myself. You have to go after a relationship or put the effort and energy into a relationship as if you really do want it. Otherwise, you're being unfair to yourself, and you're being unfair to your partner or potential partner. That's all I want to say.
Mm-hmm. All right, go on, ladies. Shari Bond to come up. Hey, sis.
Hi. I love the topic. How are you guys?
We're good and we're live and we're well, baby. Good to see you. Mm-hmm.
There was something that you said, Kojo, and it was
Okay.
something in the nature of how sometimes does a woman really recognize a good man? And I found that to be profound, especially to me, because I think women know the player. They'll like spot the player. They can stay with the player because it's comfortable. But I think that I finally found a good guy, and he had a great family. And I never saw that before, ever. So I never saw a guy who was, his parents was married for over 40 years. And I would go to their house and observe them and kind of observe how the father treats the wife. And I never saw that. I think that was kind of like the first time in my life ever experiencing that. And seeing that how some temperaments of guys, sometimes they're not always happy. Sometimes they just want to sit down and watch football. Sometimes they just want to be left alone, and that's perfectly normal. Where I thought that the guy is always supposed to be giving and caring. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. And I think after observing that, like after observing a healthy, happy couple, I kind of backed off from my guy, like, oh, okay, well, he just want to watch football. Is not because he doesn't want to be with me. It's because that's what you guys do. Just want to be, left alone sometimes in your man cave. And I think a lot of women don't get to experience that. And sometimes when they get into a healthy relationship, they don't know a lot of the temperaments of the man to recognize that is normal. It's perfectly normal for some of that to, to go on. So I thought that was very profound. Like, even if you have a good guy, are you going to be able to recognize that? And I think for me, I'm like, oh, wow. Like after seeing it, I think that's the first time I recognized it. So.
See, I appreciate you sharing that. That's a truth right there. If there was ever one, and I appreciate you sharing that, because I think, that is as kind of the stuff that we're talking about here. When we are talking to the ladies as well, that sometimes ladies be thinking they know already, and we're like, when then you get an experience and then you realize actually you don't know everything, that we move in a particular way, or we want something, or we need something. Sometimes it needs to be highlighted by action, or you see it from someone else. So, that's a reality, and that's a truth right there as well. So I appreciate you sharing that, Sharon, as well.
Thank you. Great topic. I love it. Good night.
No worries at all. I appreciate it, babe. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. See, this is what we want to hear. Some real deal. There is a point there. Someone put a comment which I wanted to highlight, because, I wanted to say this is exactly what we're talking about. Not every woman again, but this is what I'm talking about. Let's face it, good people are usually boring for most men or women. That's sad, but true. And that's the reality. Okay? All right? Ladies, do you agree with this particular point that's being made? Okay? Now, I already said it. Don't settle for me. So you can settle for someone else, but don't settle for me. But look, nice. The good guy that you're talking about, good people usually are boring. So, you want a mix of Vin Diesel and your good 9-to-5 dude. Like, it's hard to get that complete mix that you're talking about. And so if you end up being, and by the way, also as well, to say this as well, I think someone put something, I want to address it as well, so that we don't get misconstrued. Dear Monument put this, Coach, if the choice is to eat bad food or to starve, then the argument can be made that eating the bad food makes sense. The issue is surely not choosing badly, but instead a lack of good options. I would say at the end of the day, marriage is not a guarantee and it's also not a right. You don't have rights over marriage. So it's not a guarantee, it's not a promise. So, I understand the analogy of the comparison, but it falls flat because food is a necessity. You don't eat, you die. You know what I mean? You don't get married, you don't die. Do you see what I'm saying? So the two are different in the leagues of one's a necessity. I understand the example, but I want to make it very clear. You choosing the wrong partner is detrimental not only to you now, but to in the future, to your future potential children, to your health, to your life, to your finances, to your legacy, to your name. It is dangerous in all aspects. So it's different from even having to be like literally either eat bad rotten fruit and potentially have an upset stomach, but getting that essential nutrients from that little bit of rotten fruit I've got to stay alive, to being about a choice about marriage, which is not essential to living. So I totally get the analogy where you was going with it, but it's not essential. You don't need it to live. You don't need it to thrive and survive. And just as well. So if we're telling black women to be simply more single than we already are, I'm not telling you to be any more single than you actually are. I'm telling you that you should wait your turn. And I don't know if your turn will come around. That's the reality. I have to be honest with yourself. Not every brother gets married either. So there's no guarantee. But you should wait your turn. Because if you choose a Pookie or Ray Ray and you do it consciously, how dare you complain? How dare you complain when he doesn't look after his children? How dare you complain when he's crappy in a marriage? How dare you complain when you want to end up divorcing him and he's making it difficult? How dare you complain when after he's just been a menace to you in your life? How dare you complain? Why? Because you want to choose the rotten fruit, as you were saying by your analogy, just because it's better than starving. You know what I mean? So I would say this. Yes, stay single. Wait your turn. Choose the right kind of guy. And I gave an example because I said my good friend who I left her for a few years when I moved to Birmingham, bro, came back and she's married. Wait your turn. Because the reality is some of you may be missing even your turn because you are dealing with a Pookie Ray Ray. Okay? Not everyone's got the same amount of chances. You're playing Russian roulette. I don't know how many chances you got. Okay, not everyone's got the same amount of chances. Okay, that's how life works. You could end up choosing the Pookie Ray Ray doing a year, missing out the guy that you actually need because you did a whole year, and who knows how long that set you back as well, emotionally. So yeah, I would say to you, listen, work on you, enjoy life, have experiences. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully, by the grace of God, you strategically place yourself in a particular position, and that person that you love, and that your person that will love you and care for you, comes along. But choosing Pookie and Ray Ray consciously is madness to me. Just like it is when I hear certain women, not you guys in the chat, when I hear people, women say, "Well, you know what? I and I've heard this argument before. They don't mind getting pregnant just to have a child. I think it's selfish, personally, right? Because it's about you. So don't jump into relationships just for the sake of it. Take your time. The right guy will come along by the grace of God." By the grace of God. I'm not the one that controls the buses. What are you boys saying? What's your thoughts?
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with everything you said. 100%. So I don't have anything to add. So it's good, spot on.
Yeah, I would say, don't be afraid to look in the mirror, take down your self-affirmation post-its for a little bit and just look at yourself and think about what are some things that you can do better, right? Have you thought about some of the things that you are currently working on? Have you heard any feedback from a man about what things, for the ladies, right? What things are there that they didn't enjoy in being in a relationship with you? And are those things that you're willing to address and confront, right? Or do you want to slip and slide? Do you need an EpiPen every time somebody tells you that, there's something that you could do better, right? Because we all got to grow. We all have things that we need to work on, and feedback is a gift.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll invite the ladies one more time, and then we'll bring our conversation to end. So, Broken Bougie, I don't know if you've got anything else to add for 2 minutes. You got anything else to add?
Sure. Just listening and looking at the comments, I don't know how it went over to the divestment part. I'm kind of like, expand your options. You can expand your options among other races and cultures, but as long as you're not dissing, the man that brought you in to life. That's what I guess that's the thing that I have the problem with us is that if you prefer white women, I really don't care. If you prefer Asian women, I really don't care. But don't sit up here and say you prefer white women because black women aren't enlisted on out. And black women do the same thing. Just have your preference, and I'm like, keep it moving. And like I said before, and I even said I saw a comment where somebody said I was a black male worshiper because I just said that women need to take accountability. That's part of the problem. We all have to take some personal responsibility. Now, I did have a little question for Corey. Corey, you made a comment about women dating multiple men. Were you saying like looking down on men that wanted a relationship? I was a little confused because I was like, what's wrong with dating multiple people? I think that's the problem, especially with women. They try to shame you for dating multiple people. That's how you learn what you're going to end up with and what you like. But with men, when men do it, then it seemed like they're a player. And just because a woman dates multiple men doesn't mean she's sleeping with all of them. And if she is sleeping with all of them, she's a grown woman. So, I mean, I just had a question about that, Corey. I just want to make sure maybe I misinterpreted what you said.
Yeah, so the example given was about scandals, was about being Mary Jane. Well, women were being glorified for dating married men. So men are already taken. So that's more of the aspect of what I was talking about. The whole part about dating multiple men, I get it, but it's you should be a cap on that. To be honest with you, now dating 5 men, that's your business. But how can you really narrow down which one really cares about you when you're dividing your time 5 different ways? So if it's two or three guys, makes more sense to me. But 5, 10, 15, however many people want to do what you can do. But for me, I just think that 3 is probably where I would cap out at, because I want to be fair in my observation of what that person is doing for me, to then what are they doing that I actually enjoy, actually like. So just to be fair to them and not be selfish, that's where my number would be. But I think when you get higher in those numbers, it starts to become a selfish thing. Start to see, okay, I can get this, I can get that, I can get this. So an example I give, really quick example, is that if a woman is dating 3 different guys, so 4 different guys, and she makes mention of her light bill being due or whatever the case is, and this man, all 4 or 5 men offer to pay, would she not accept just one payment and just be done with it, or would she accept all 5 payments? That's the selfishness that comes into dating. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, these 5 men, you see all of them have the ability to be nice, to be able to assist you in your time of need, which is good to see in a man, right? But if for all of them to offer and you take from all of them, that's a different view. That's a different viewpoint in my eyes. That's all I'm saying.
First of all,
Yeah.
if a man is dating 5 women and all of them offer up the cookie, is the man going to turn down all 5 offers of the cookie? Is he's going to maybe prioritize it? And with most men, when they date women and women with men, you don't really know about each other. That's the whole thing about Ready to Love that was interesting, because you see all the people that the person that you're dating is dating. So with that, if the woman offers that and all these guys pay, I mean, hey, whatever works for you. But my thing is, when I date multiple people, they don't know about each other. That's my private business. And usually when you date multiple people, you kind of categorize people. I'm not saying this one gets the money, this one gets that. You kind of start narrowing it down. But Corey, like the question I first asked, if you're dating multiple women and they all offer up the cookie, is Corey going to turn down every invitation of the cookie? Or over the month, is he going to take all 5 cookies throughout the month?
Okay. Now, let me tell you to get this little back real quick.
And I'm saying single now.
For me, single me.
Okay.
The period is I would not take all 5. I'm gonna explain to you why. Because as a man, I mean, I'm mature in the way I think, the way I date. I know that anytime I sleep or lay down with a woman, there's an opportunity that she's going to get pregnant. I have to be smart enough to know, I don't care what you have on, I don't care what she says she's on, there's still an opportunity for that woman to get pregnant. That's my mindset. Different men have different mindsets for different reasons. That's theirs, but this one is mine. So I'm not going to lay down with a woman just because she's pretty, just because she offers it up, if I don't see a future with her. If I don't see her forever with her or for us to be together, I'm not going to do it. Because I know the opportunity for me to do that is going to produce another child that I don't know who you are as a parent, as a mother. I don't know how you're going to be. I don't know how respectful you're going to be in those areas. So I'm not going to do that. Now, a woman that I'm more so leaning towards says that, then yeah, I probably entertain it because I'm leaning towards that. My thoughts are already there. But if it's someone who I'm like, okay, you're cute, we're going out on a date or two, and now you want to boom, get into it. No, I'm more calculated than that. So I wouldn't do that. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're mute. You're on mute.
On Being Mary Jane and Scandal. Remember, they got kind of punished in the end for messing with the married men. And Scandal, she went off by herself. Mary Jane ended up, getting married to someone else. Now, this thing when you were talking about laying down with, women and certain ones, and you were talking about you don't know if the woman could possibly get pregnant, not to get in your personal business. I'm assuming when you go out in the rain, you're wearing a raincoat, I guess, so far. And with women, do you discuss before the act? Do you have your scenarios? Like I tell men, I am on birth control. If for some reason there is a pregnancy, I'm going to have an abortion. If you're not down with that, then we don't need to start. We don't need to even do this because I don't want a man wanting to be with me because I had his kid and I don't want to be a single mom by accident. I'd rather do that by choice. And that would be like, adopting a kid or something like that. But I think the thing is, and I don't want to assume this, Corey, I just kind of felt a little bit when you were talking about the Being Mary Jane and Scandal. It's almost like, and I'm not going to say you're doing this, but it seems like a lot of men in society punish women for having options and multiple options. And I'm going to be honest with you because I know I'm older than all you guys on the panel. I used to be a black Samantha Jones from Sex and the City for a very long time. And I also had some serious long-term relationships.
See me outside.
And I remember how sometimes I would get a little judged. And one of my guy friends told me, yeah, Mauricia, I'm sorry, that's my real name, excuse me, Brugbavuji, a lot of men don't like it when they know they're an option. So that's why lots of times I keep my mouth shut. And if a man asks me, getting these little questions, I'm like, oh, you asking boyfriend questions. Hold up here, bro. You getting on the committed relationship side. And we have not had that conversation 3 o'clock in the morning in the kitchen table about where is this going to lead. And every serious relationship I've ever had, the guy came to me and said, let's, lock this down. Because if I'm single, I'm going to do me, you do you. And if we're starting to get, more intense feelings for each other, let's talk about it and see where it goes from there.
It's interesting what you said. You said that you date these different men, but you don't let the men know about each other. They don't know about each other. I think that's not being transparent, to be honest with you. For me, if I'm dating multiple women, I'm going to let you know, hey, I'm dating multiple women because I don't want you thinking that you see me out here with this woman, you have a right to say something to me. and I've already told you that we're not monogamous. So I'm dating other people. So that right there protects me and it also protects you. And I think being honest and transparent, whether you're male or a woman, then that's the best way to go. That's the best route to go. Now, I say what I say because I see it in the comments about, you know, a man saying that media has to do with X, Y, and Z. The ratings don't lie. You know, reality TV, all these reality TV shows that come out that have Black women involved have drama also involved. Also have adultery involved, cheating. All I mean, it has so much going on, and these are high rating shows. So these shows don't move you in the way that they say they move. I'm not talking about you, Broken, but I'm just talking about just the audience in general. If these shows do not move you in such a way, why are these ratings speaking in a different language? So if the ratings are this way, and then the way you're acting, a lot of women do act like what they see. A lot of women dress like what they see. So I've seen it time and time again. They look at couples, they look at celebrity couples and say, "Oh, that's couple goals right there. I want that," but not willing to put the work in to get to that level, or don't know what that couple actually did to get to that level. Before August Alsina and Jada Pickett, everyone was saying, "Will and Jada, way to go. Will and Jada's the way to go." Then it starts to be this entanglement. I understand. You didn't say that, but you heard that though. And people say the Will and Jada is the relationship goal. Now you see that unravel. So now you know things are going on in the background you were not aware of. And what I'm saying is that a lot of times just because something shines doesn't mean it's a good thing, because we don't know what the background is, what history is. I think we need to dig more into ourselves to know exactly what we want, so we can't say that we want something that someone else has.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it, Corey. Wait, Broken Bridge, I'm going to bring you back up, but I'm just going to get Doctor in. I'm going to get Doctor in because she hasn't come in yet. Doctor, I know you're hearing everything that's happening behind the scenes. What are you saying?
Yo, can you hear me?
No, go for it again.
Can you hear me okay?
I don't know. What was that?
Quit playing with me. You playing with me. Okay, because see, Sean, because you can already tell, because he's Sean about to see me go ghetto. That's why I keep the screen on, because y'all be messing with my spirit. Okay, so
No, we want to see the screen on, Doctor. Doctor, give us the screen off. On.
No, you're not. Listen, Sean, I will have, when I'm all done, I will be
Bring
done.
your fine self, Doctor.
Come on, you are finding your natural state.
No, you know what? I ain't gonna. No, you're not gonna bully me into this. You're not gonna.
This isn't bullying. This is not bullying.
They're trying me, y'all. Go off chat. Anyway, I have to agree.
You can't take the pressure, Doctor.
I have to agree with some of the things that Broke but Bougie said when it came to the you do get judged if you are a person who appears to that man that you have multiple options, whether you are exercising those multiple options or not. If that male perceives you to have multiple options, you do get policed. I've been a Black woman all my life, or I'm perceived as a Black woman my whole life, right? And you just get judged. You get, well, what you doing? What you want? Good question. All this different, all this and this and that. And it makes it very difficult when you have to filter through all these immaturities in order to find that mature one. I can be very honest with you. I've never seen that in my personal, intimate space. Now, I've gotten close. I was doing some deep introspection with myself personally a few years back. And I was just like, I like who I am, but I'm not seeing the results that I want to see. I wonder what's going on. It was, I like to do a detoxing and a self-questioning every so often. So I talked to 2 guys who I used to date, and it was a long time ago, but I really respected them. We parted on, it wasn't like, was it a parting like, oh, this is just, we're no longer just on the same vibe, we're just going to part ways. It wasn't exactly like that, but we were still cool and we could still have conversation. And I we can still talk to each other and have really good dialogue without it having to be all about a romantic flirtation or anything like that. So I called them both and I said, hey, can I talk to you about something? And they were like, yeah, what's up? And I'm like, can you give me your opinion of me? And I had to prepare myself for what they could say, because these were two gentlemen who I did really respect and who I did really wish well moving forward in whatever they chose to do, even if it wasn't with me. And I was holding my breath because I'm like, damn, wonder if they say something that's going to hurt me, because you can't hurt me if you ain't close enough to me. You say whatever y'all want to. You know what I'm saying? I might not never see you again, no big deal. I didn't already delete you out my phone, whatever. But these are people who I respected. And they were like, well, they gave me actually really good feedback. And I was really surprised by that, because I had heard so many vicious things from people who wanted to tear me down for so long. I've dealt with that for so much of my life that I automatically expected these good guys, not the quote good guys, but these really genuinely good guys who it happened to just not work out because I'm not their one. We just happen to be good lessons to each other. Make sense? So I was expecting them to say something piercing to me. And what surprised me is that they didn't. They validated my sanity. But it took me 40 damn years to get there. And I'm not a dater. I'm not a person who dates a lot. But yeah, I got children. I done had legal contracts with folks, because I ain't gonna call it marriage. Y'all call it if you want to, but that's not what I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it a contract. That was just a bad contract, because that was just a bad contract. I done been through it, and I've had hateful men. I've had jealous men. I didn't know that's what they were. I'm like, well, damn, it must be me. I went to counseling. I'm like, y'all, it got to be a pill for me, because I'm finding all these crazy fools out here. What's happening? Why are they coming to me? It got to be me, right? And it was in certain ways because I was trying to make their crazy my reality. I'm trying to adjust myself to their crazy. And that's what a lot of Black women have to deal with. We've been trained to train ourselves to make ourselves adapt to someone else's psychosis. And there's unfortunately a lot of unhealed Black males. There's decent Black men in the world. Y'all ain't everywhere. You're not the majority. You're not flooding the gates. Your cousins, your Pookie cousins, your Ray Ray cousins, they flooding the gates. They shooting up the clubs, literally, figuratively, sexually. They're shooting up the clubs. They're everywhere. Okay, Corey, you come on back. Don't be laughing off camera. But I'm serious. And it's hard. It's hard not to get shot by one. It's hard. 4 to 5 Black women a day are getting murdered violently by Black men. This is not even talking about the ones who are being verbally abused, emotionally abused, financially abused, socially abused. It's a lot. So yeah, it may some of you, Kojo, Corey, Sean, you might be the first Black man, healthier Black man that some of these women have ever seen. Period. Just like you might speak about the Bible, you might be the only Bible that someone ever reads because they ain't never picked one up. They don't know how to comprehend it. They don't know how to break it down. They ain't never picked up no strong concordance and work back to the word origin or nothing like that. They don't know that the Old Testament is in Hebrew and the New Testament is Greek. They don't know none of that. They ain't never heard it. They just know by what you represent and how you speak. But you're not the majority. I agree. I've had good men in my life that I was related to, but in parts and pieces, not in like a consistent, regular everyday thing. It was like, yeah, I had some good uncles, but I only saw them a couple weekends out the summer, or my grandfathers who I saw every other weekend here and there or something like that. But it wasn't like, yeah, that my dad taught me what a good man was like. My dad, he wasn't capable. He just what
So,
you know what I mean?
so yeah. So my thing is this: are women teaching other women how to spot good men? Because I hear all the chatting and that. Because right now I appreciate your experience, right?
I'd love to answer that. And my
Before you go, before you
mother,
answer it,
my aunts, my
before
grandmother,
you answer it, wait,
go
before you
ahead. I'm
go,
sorry.
before you
I
go,
apologize. I
it's
apologize.
okay, it's all right, babe. I only ask that just because, okay, all right, because what I heard was your experience of the why. Okay, so the why sometimes women are the way they are, all right. Um, but then I have to ask this crazy question, ladies. While you guys are spending so much time talking about the bad ones that are there, right? Why are you guys not spending the time? Those of you who are healed, at least in your groups, telling your sisters and your coven, hey, look, these are the kind of good guys we go for. This is what we should be looking for to go after when we're looking for those good guys. I totally understand the market may be a little bit saturated or maybe a little bit starvated, if you want to call it that way. But why are we not talking to each other to say, hey, this is what we need to be looking for, and stop dealing with these Pookies and Ray Rays? Because then it becomes, I get it, we can explain the why, but it doesn't remove the accountability from you. If you keep encountering these bad guys, at a point in time, you're still gonna be accountable. You know what I mean? You're still gonna be accountable for it. You know what I mean? But anyway, sorry. You want to answer the question? I want to know why the ladies not talking to each other and spending time. So talking about how bad the Pookies and Ray Rays are, which we agree there are plenty of them. Why they're not spending time talking to each other and saying these are the good guys we should be looking out for?
Okay. Now, I am not one of these general glossers who speak for all women or Black women. I don't do that. However, I may say some things that may resonate with many women who have had similar experiences with me. In my personal experience, I had to learn how to fight against what I was taught. Because what I was taught, without it being, whether it was direct or indirect, it did not resonate with me anymore. And what I ended up doing was losing a lot of family. A lot of women in my family, both on my maternal and paternal side, taught me how to deal with no good, blot, blot, blot up, blot males. Okay. They taught you how to just tolerate or work around, whether it was just men not them not showing up, them being or in showing how to enable. My father was terribly enabled, terribly. My dad was a lovable character. I promise you, if he was alive today on this podcast, you got all of you would love him. You, oh my gosh, he's hilarious, da 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 da, super smart, IQ up the roof. Non-functional, Rolling Stone. You know, it just wasn't, but he was purely enabled by his family. Purely. And there's a ton of other men in my area like that. They see the hope and the potential. Everyone's wishing on the hope and potential, but the hope and potential never shows up. So they just enable until they die or just figured out or put in a nursing home. That's what's happening over here. But I'm in a commodified area. And a lot of the women, because that's how they had to survive, because I'm in a different timeline, right? Just like my daughters, they're going to be in a different timeline. Their timeline was, you got to deal with this man because you got to have a man, because if you don't have a man, then your life isn't worth much. These are, and on my maternal side, the women were educated. I'm talking about nurses, social workers, master's degrees, all these different things, but they still focused on, well, are you married? Are you married? Are you married? But they weren't choosing high quality. I don't like to use that phrasing, but they weren't choosing quality men to marry. They were choosing what was available to them to just not be lonely or to get by. I didn't want that. So they couldn't teach me. I had to figure something else out, because I'm like, well, I'll be alone before I be with what you got going on. And I hated to say that, because even the men that they were accepting, I loved them too. They were my uncles. They were my father, my grandfather. They were semi okay or partially, but they weren't they really weren't good men all the way. They weren't good partners. They weren't good leaders. They were lovable, but they weren't stepping up in any kind of way. I only have one uncle who was really a man. Like, he took care of his kids. He had a job. He taught us about education. I only got one.
Mm-hmm.
I only got one out of all of them, out of all us, and we out here. My family ain't small.
I hear that, but you've gone back onto us again.
But what I'm saying is, I had to with my friends who had dads. That's who I talked to.
Mm-hmm.
Who had real dads in their home. That's how I had to kind of say, okay, because they have healthier relationships, and I'm like, what are they seeing? And I adore those gentlemen, because every time I was in their presence, they accepted me like a daughter, and I got to see. But again, it was periodical. It was just, it wasn't regular, but it was not so much. You can't avoid the pookies here. You just have to decide, how do you want to cycle through? Do you want to cycle through loops and loops and loops, or do you want to say, hey, I met you, Pookie. You know what? You're a quick lesson. Let me keep it pushing. It's not going to be, hey, how you doing? Here's my phone number. Da 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 da. I'm just going to say no, thank you. I'm going to identify you. I'm going to learn how to discern. But it's hard to learn how to discern when all you got is one type around you. It just depends on your location.
Again, we went on to the men. What about the women around you? Could they not? That's what I'm trying to say to you. Could they not install what needed to be installed to find what a good man is?
No, because they're stuck in their loop. So no.
Okay, if they're stuck in their loop, okay, so this is a big thing. So if they're stuck in a loop now, right? If they're stuck in a loop, now what it says to me is this. What you're really saying is, you need men, good men, to lead effectively, which means y'all need to step out the way and let those good men lead. So when we talk about relationships, talk about marriage, what we should be hearing is, when I find a good man, I'm happy to let him lead. Don't start fighting me on stuff, because what you're telling me is, it all comes back. This is why I said, I'm going to say it again. This is why I said to ladies, don't come to me and have a conversation about sharing my name. We are going to use my name for marriage. And this is why, because what you've explained is everything comes back down to me. You couldn't get away from it. Your whole premise came right back to men. And that's what women do. Because unfortunately, men do have a huge part in this. And I agree that, right? They have a huge part in our society in making up the community. Absolutely. But if we agree to that, then there has to be a way we're going to operate. But I'm going to be real with you. You know, I definitely identify with your experience, and I understand that it's very difficult. But that's why I asked in the beginning. So women couldn't teach you what a good person is, and they're stuck in their loop. Then this is going to be very hard. It's going to be very difficult for you to spot the good guys. But still, the accountability will still be on you, because it'll get to a point where you have to then. And I'm not saying you haven't done this, by the way. I'm saying it will come back down to you having to do the work, because no one else is going to be responsible for your life. And only you can be responsible for that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he didn't do that. I'm not saying he didn't do that.
And it did.
Right? I'm going to give you one more minute because the time is going to go. Right. Yeah, go for it.
So it did come down to that. And I'm talking about the time span when you're learning. So in my 20s, they could not teach me. They taught me how to work. They taught me how to cook, clean. They taught me how to educate myself. They taught me how to take care of myself. They taught me how to take care of my kids. That's what the women in my family did. And I'm grateful for them. Thank you. God bless they soul. But when it came to discernment, things like that, they couldn't teach me. I had to learn that on my own. And what I learned is that let it all go. Let it all go, because what is meant for me will come to me. I'm no longer in a searching phase, because they were in a searching. I don't search. So, and once I'm not looking for no leadership from no man. I finally looked for God. And when I got it from God, because that's where my focus is, and that's where it stayed, that's where all my prayers start getting answered. That's where all the drama started to clear. That's where everything started to release. So that partner, whoever he may be, when he shall come, should he come, we'll be in partnership.
Now, hold on a minute.
Yeah, I knew you was going. I knew you was going to
No,
extend.
hold on a
I
minute.
knew I was. Go ahead. That's what I said.
What are you
I said what I
doing?
said. I said what I
No,
said.
no, 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 no,
Jojo.
Doctor. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I said what
The
I
very
said,
thing you
Jojo.
just explained proved the point why you need men to lead, good men to lead.
Sorry, boo.
The very
Thank
point you made is exactly why you need good men. I'm not talking about just men, but good men to lead. And now you're negating that by saying you don't need a man to lead. And I'm talking about a good man, by the way, not just any man. You know what I'm saying? So now you're negating. So the very experience you're talking about, you went back to men and put the blame on men, not being able to teach. That's what it sounded like, by the way. I'm not saying this all the way
I'm
through.
sorry that you took
But
it that way. I'm not blaming men. There are a high concentration of males who are underdeveloped in my area. That's just the reality of where we're at over here in my area.
Okay.
The men in my family were not fully capable. They just were not, or they chose not to be, whatever their reasoning was. I only got one who really showed up and showed out. The women could not teach me how to truly find or discern because they were stuck in their loop. So I had to do this set of my learning on my own. And once I let go of their loop, because I had to let go, I had to separate myself from my family in that mindset in order to extend my experience. Letting go. I'm not looking for leadership in no man. And I'm likely not to. I'm 41. So that ain't gonna really happen for me. I already know that. I ain't even interested in no more. I done did too much time on my own. I done had to figure out too much stuff on my own. And the only one who helped me figure it out was God. So the only one who I'm interested in leading me is God. Now, can you walk with me, partner with me, collaborate with me, join me? I'm open to that. But am I looking for you to lead me? I ain't met no man. I'm gonna be all the way trill with you. I ain't met no man who could lead me anywhere. Don't mean that ain't one out there, but I ain't never met one.
Are they going to want to? Are you even gonna allow that? Are you even going to be willing to step aside that stage? Because what you described to me says you're not going to.
At 41, I'm gonna be so honest with you. Likely not, Kojo. I am in
So
a
then
partnership. We could do a. And you know what? And I ain't taking no last names no more. I ain't doing none of
that. You said it all.
I did, honey. I did. But am I in agreement for those who want that? If that's what you want and you find that, God bless you both. And I hope that works. But for me, I know me and I know what I've already survived. We can have a partnership, a collaboration. We can have a walking together. But if you're not God, I ain't looking for your leadership. I'm looking for your partnership, though. I'm open to that. I'm very open to that. And I'm open to very peaceful coexistences. Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that, Doctor.
All right. Loves.
One of the guys who want to say something? I don't know if the guys want to say something. I've been talking, so did you want to respond? Go for it, guys.
Well, I would just add that, I know that there was some points that Dr. 100% had to share. And I just want to caution us against confirmation bias, right? Because sometimes we say something so much and we have multiple bad experiences, then it just becomes the norm, and then we just accept that to be the case because it's all we've experienced, so we generalize. So I just want us to be careful with that part. When we think about what our experiences are and have been, whether it's with men or with women, we just need to be careful, because I know Dr. 100%, you said you don't, do the generalizations, but you did a whole lot of generalizing of men and what we don't have in terms of, existence. So I just want us to be careful. That's all.
I didn't do that for
before you spawn. Corey's gonna go. Doctor, before you go, Corey's gonna go. Before you go, Doctor's gonna go. Go for it, Corey.
All right, Doctor. So, what I want to talk to you about is a few things you said. You said that God leads you, and rightfully so, because you're single, right? So, if you have a man in your life that you say you can partner with, you're saying that you're not open. Just want to make sure I understand. You're not open to him leading you, even if he's being led by God in your union, in your partnership, in your marriage? Would you still not want that?
Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'm sorry, I had to fix something on my
No problem. No problem.
here.
You need to repeat it?
No, I think I heard you. You said, would I be open to allowing a man to lead me if he's led by God?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know how I can answer this, but I'll do the best I can. So,
You got a minute, please. Keep it short, please. Just 1 minute,
yes,
just
sir.
because there's people behind you. Go
Yes,
for
sir.
it.
The only relationships I'm interested in are people who have an alignment with God or a higher consciousness, however they identify. So even in a partnership, I'd have to see, because the theory of this men leading women thing, it's not my thing. And it is due to my experience. I saw someone in the chat say I'm doomed. I'm not doomed, but it's okay. And someone else said, I hope someone prays for me. And I take prayer. If you good with God, I take your prayer. Take it. Give it to me. But a man who is with God will see me as a divine partner. They will not have an ego-based mentality that has this desire to want to pull me, but know that we are pushing and moving forward together. So I am not interested in a relationship with any male, man, or anyone who is ego-based. I'm interested in someone who sees me as the person who I am and who knows that I am an asset, because I'm willing to see them as an asset. I'm geared to see people from an asset-based mentality. I'm a solution-oriented person. So if your ego is in such a desire to say, well, I got to be your leader, well, then I'm going to need you to go get that sports team that you're looking for, because I'm not your one. And that's okay. I ain't mad at that. We gonna get it together. If we're getting
5
it
seconds.
together. We're getting it together. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. So I know you mentioned earlier as well is that you have examples of good men in your world. I mean, in your life, in your family, but they're not good all the way. I would like for you to kind of expound a little bit of what is good all the way, or if you can just tell us, how does a good man in your eyes alone, how does a good man look, or what are the characteristics of a good man to you?
That's fair. Okay, so for example, like one of my grandfathers, he was a hard worker, super hard worker. I get my work ethic from him, but he struggled in other areas when it came to him and my grandmother's relationship. But they were married for, it felt like 100 years. Do I love them? Did I honor what they had? Absolutely. Is it what I want? No. It wasn't really healthy the way I want to be healthy. But I don't want to yuck their yum, right? So I just look at the assets. Sean had mentioned chew the meat, spit out the bones, right? You just take what you can from where you can and move on with the rest. So what looks good to me? Someone who is emotionally available, someone who is able to articulate their thoughts. Even if we're not on the same process, are we able to communicate effectively? Are you able to take care of yourself? Because if you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of me if I'm down. Because sometimes we're not going to always be in a 50-50 dynamic. Sometimes I'm going to be at a lesser, you're going to be at a greater. Sometimes you're going to be at a greater, I'm going to be at a greater, you're going to be a lesser, because things change, right? You could get sick, I could get sick. You could lose your job, I could lose my job. You could have an emotional loss, I could have an emotional loss. We need to be able to equal 100 at all times, even if somebody's putting in 60, someone else is putting in 40 some of the time, because that's life. I'm interested in someone who, even if you don't have children, do you care about the children in the world? Do you care enough about being a healthy representative for any child to look at and say, hey, that's a good person and I can learn from them? Are you in alignment with yourself? I'm not
20
asking.
seconds.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
I'm not asking you to kill your ego, but let it rest. Are you ready to heal it? Are you allowed to let it sleep so that your higher self can be in the communication? So you're getting that direct communication from God. So you're exercising that out in existence. I apologize. So those are the type of things that look good to me. Yes, I love a chocolate brother. They my favorite flavor.
You got last words, please.
But
Continent.
I'm more concerned about your emotional, spiritual, and mental makeup. Those are the things that are the most valuable to me, personally.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. So, because I've got a few ladies behind the scenes as well, so I'm gonna quickly bring them on. So, thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it. Next on the list, Ludwin, go for it. You got 2 minutes. So I'm gonna keep everyone to a strict time because I think we won't have enough time to have everybody come on. We'll do another panel and we can have a more open dialogue. Go for it, Ludwin. What's your thoughts?
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can.
Okay. All right. So I'll do my best to be under 2 minutes. There are a couple of things that I took notes on. The first thing that we're talking about boring men, and also, well, good men are boring. I don't necessarily think that good men are boring. I just feel like good men tend to be more serious in their purpose most times. And a lot of times the woman may not be at that stage of their life, so they don't match up for each other's stage. In that case, that he might be boring to her, but she still wanna, be outside, hanging out, and just be relaxing, but not necessarily on trying to settle down or looking to their goals and trying to just be a home person. That could be the case for that. As someone who divested in other cultures, I have dated, from white, Spanish to Indian, and also Brazilian. Um, I have been treated a lot better with those other races than me dating my own race. Whether he was Black American or Haitian or any other islander or any other race of, well, other nationalities of Black men. And I'm not sure if this is like a worldwide disease. But personally, I don't have to lift a finger with other races like that. I don't have to raise my voice. I don't have an attitude. I'm usually more my feminine when I'm dating other races. And it saddened me because of that, because I have been called that I'm overbearing, that I want Samps because I want somebody to take me on a date before. It was the weird things that I kept getting, and it trickled down to me wanting to say, you know what, maybe there's hope for them. I'm just not one of them for a good while. And I do have a question for the fellas before I go. What is a fantasy woman? I heard that way in the beginning about an hour ago. And also, what exactly is a Ray Ray? I know what a Pookie is, but I've always wanted to know how does he compare? Like, how do we know we're choosing a Ray Ray? Like, what are the characteristics of a Ray Ray? That way we can avoid it. I know what a Pookie is. And then lastly, someone said that you should date multiple people, and also men are upset when they know there are an option. I have experienced this. That's why the moment you tell a man, hey, I have one or two people that I'm looking at, they can leave. They don't want to stay and try to be your third or try to win your love. It's just a matter of keeping that to yourself, and then you just pick the man that's best for you at the end, because sometimes that might bruise their ego and then they want to compete, and that's okay. That's fair if they don't want to stay in the lineup. But yeah.
Thank you, Ludwin. Boys, what are you saying? Why are you not looking at me like that for?
Okay, so
You never asked the question.
I'm gonna give that to Sean or you, Coach, because I don't normally use the term Pookie and Ray Ray. So
Oh,
let you guys
okay.
answer.
I can answer that. Yeah, Pookie and Ray Ray, the same thing. Ray Ray, Pookie, the same thing. They are the same thing. There's no difference. Pookie and Ray Ray just means guys that are unserious, guys who are just not good for nothing. They're going nowhere, waste of your time. They're all the bad guys encapsulated in Pookie and Ray Rays. That's literally it. They're the same person, so don't worry. You're good. Yeah. In regards to your question, you asked another question. What's the other question?
Yes, the other question was what exactly is a fantasy woman and why don't you guys marry them? I wanted to note I've heard Pookies are the ones with no money. That's why I wanted to know like
Oh, okay. Maybe then Ray Ray's. Someone said Ray Ray's one that hits you. I didn't know that. I just put Ray Ray and Pookie as the same thing. Then you don't need to be dating, basically. You know. But in regards to your question, fantasy woman. Anyone else want to hit this? Anyone else want to answer this? Fantasy?
I don't
Go
know
for
that
it.
I have necessarily a fantasy woman that I want to marry. I think there's some general qualities that I think are wifely. And I think for the same, it's not to ping pong you, but it's the same for the same reason why women struggle with men. You try and sometimes you don't get what you thought you were looking for, right? So then sometimes you need to self-evaluate and look at what's most important. That's just kind of like my thought about it. I think like it's I mean, if I think about a fantasy, I mean, it's so funny because we talk about Zatima. So yeah,
Mm,
Fatima probably. If I had something I could pinpoint right now, there's something about Fatima that stands out for me.
mm,
Not that I want all aspects of her, but there's some aspect of that ability to that belief in your husband. I think that is for me a thing that catches me, and it just ties right back to what we were saying. So that goes a long way for me. So if you believe in me, if I can be honest with you, as long as I'm honest with you, you got my back, then that's a beautiful and ideal relationship for me. And obviously comes along with attraction and all those other things, but I think that quality is super, super important. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think she was saying, why do we not marry fantasies? If you can marry the fantasy, they want your fantasy, will they? You know what I mean? The whole point of fantasy is that it's uncatchable. You know what I mean? I think Fatima is a fantasy. I'm not meant to meet her. I'm not meant to catch her, Fatima. I'm meant to always have that in my imagination, etc., etc. I think someone can have aspects of a fantasy, but they're not your fantasy. Do you know what I mean? There are very few men that marry their actual fantasy, and when they do marry their fantasy, they end up worshiping that fantasy because it's not meant to be caught. It's meant to stay in your imagination as, oh, I wish it would. And that's literally what it is. And oftentimes it's a sexual thing. So it's not even that the person's even they got great wifely qualities on it. It's just literally a sexual thing. It's like they capture your mind physically and sexually. That's how I determine that fantasy. So yeah, you usually do. You rarely see men marry their fantasy, man. And if they do, I see their head go goo goo gaga. Kanye married his fantasy in Kim Kardashian. Look what happened. Brother's still suffering for it now today. Okay, marry your fantasy and see what happens. Ain't never gonna work out the way you want it to work out. So yeah, that was the question. Thank you, Ludwin. I appreciate it. We've got a few ladies underneath, so I'm gonna just bring another one on. Bring another one. Nicole, 85. Talk to me. What are you saying?
Hey, so
Hey.
this had a few points, and I'm quick. I took notes.
No worries.
One, I think we create the very men that we say we despise. We're having children out of wedlock simply because I want a child. I want to be a mom. But what we're not understanding is that child deserves two parents and preferably two parents in the home. And I think when we do that, we create the very men that we really despise. That's just that is what I have come across. And I'm not saying that having two parents in the home is going to make a perfect child. So I want to make that very clear. But the odds, the statistics always say it is better. Um, the second point that I wanted to say was I noticed with Dr. 100, didn't catch all of her name, but there seemed to be a lot of blaming of the men, but not blaming the women who chose those men. Also enabling, because I heard her say those women enabled her father or enabled her uncles. And so the question is, why isn't that we put accountability on the people that are, one, creating these men, two, enabling them, and three, walking away from the families that we are quote unquote trying to make with the wrong men? The third one is, ask yourself, like, why are none of these men able to find you, the good men, right? I remember going on match.com and I was looking for men who had this job or this degree or that. And I would see them write, 2, 3, maybe a small paragraph, right, in their profiles describing what it is that they were wanting. Honestly, you cannot truly describe that you are looking for marriage in one paragraph. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know, but I never found that out with men. What I found is that the man, my husband, who was looking for a wife, his profile looked like mine. And it said, in my profile, it said I wanted marriage 3 times in all 3 paragraphs. His said the same thing. I didn't care about his degrees. I didn't care about what he made. I cared about his character. I cared about his intention. And I cared about whether this man was able to verbalize what it is that he truly desired. Because if he could verbalize it, he could lead. If he could lead, he could have a wife and a family. If he could do all of those things, he knew that his responsibility was going to be to provide and protect. The fourth thing was, ask why none of these men can be found by you. The question, when I say why they can't be found by you, what is it about myself? Prior to me not adding those paragraphs on my profile, I realized that I was just writing small things. So for the men that were looking for wives, I wasn't even on their radar. Yeah, I was cute, but I was not on their radar because they saw that I too did not have any intentions. So I attracted more men who were not intentional than I did men who were intentional. I also ask, sometimes we grow up, we get our education, we grow up in certain pools of people, and then we don't understand, now that we've gotten this education, now that we've actually elevated ourselves, we're still sticking around the same pools. Nah, baby, if you want a better option, you got to go to a better pool. You can't keep going to the same pond and thinking that you're going to find a better pick. And that's for men and women, because I hear men say that too. If you grew up in the hood, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a hood chick. If you grew up in the hood, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a hood man. I'm not saying that all men in the hood aren't good men. I'm not saying all women in the hood are good women. But what I'm saying is you have to change the pool of people, the social dynamics. And you have to really ask yourself the hardest question. Why aren't these good people attracted to me? And that is the hardest part that we as women and men do, but specifically women. We have a hard time being honest and saying, you know what? Guess what? I weigh 250 pounds instead of telling myself I weigh 180. We have a hard time of saying, you know what? I'm not a 10 visually, right? I'm not a 10, but I am a 7, and I can make this work. We have a hard time doing that. A very hard time. And the last thing, I'm so sorry, I'm going. The last thing is, just because you think you're marriage material does not mean you are. And I'm telling you, I have run into so many women saying, I'm marriage material, I'm this. And then the only thing they have to say about men is they're trash. Sorry. Mm-mm. If you're marriage material, you would have something more positive to say about men. If you're marriage material, you would have something more positive to say about women. You got to respect and truly love and encourage the thing that you say that you want. If you want marriage, if you want a husband, if you want a wife, you got to speak that and be that very thing that you say you want. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if I took up too much time, but I just had to point that out because I just kept seeing in the chat that a lot of the women, I'm sorry, and please don't get upset with me, but it sounds like a lot of you are truly broken. Get therapy. And I'm not saying that everything is your fault. Because I've been there. I remember dating 2 men that I knew I had no business dating. I knew I didn't. But I did it. And I did it not because I just wanted to see the wild side. I did it because I thought he was cute. I did it because he approached me. I did it because I felt like I needed somebody. No. I felt like I needed to pick up space with someone. No, I needed to first have a relationship with myself, to understand what it is that I desired. And then lastly, understand that the man that comes into my life, he's got to want that same thing, but not only want that same thing, knows without a shadow of a doubt that he wants those things. So I do apologize. Sorry, you guys. Get seriously, get some therapy. And when I say get therapy, not somebody that's going to agree with you. Stop going to your mama who is mad and bitter. Stop going to your friends who been telling you look good in that dress and you know you don't. Stop going to people that are not going to tell you that you got on this clown makeup. Go to people that may hurt your feelings when telling the truth. Because if you go to people that may hurt your feelings when telling the truth, you know you getting it for real.
Jesus is on the main line. That's it.
I'm just saying we got to do better. And I'm saying this as somebody who has been where y'all are at, who can say, let me just say this. I met my husband in April of last year. Okay? I was married this year in June. And the only reason why it took that long was because he went out and had my ring made. And it took a lot longer to get the band. But I'm saying this because you can have what you desire. However, you really got to do the work. You got to do the work. And so many of us women don't want to do the work because we think we are okay. You are not okay. If you got something bad to say about your baby daddy, you are not okay. If you got to constantly say something bad about men all the time in all of your experiences, you are not okay. I promise you, you're not okay. But you can be. But you just got to do the work, and it starts with you. Don't point the fingers elsewhere. Start within. I'm telling you, you just got to do the work. Sorry, y'all.
Y'all have a good night.
No worries, Nicole 85. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Don't be afraid to come back again, okay? Be afraid to come again, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, send your cash app. In fact, send your husband's cash app so I can praise it to him first. I don't want no trouble.
We appreciate
he saw a thing and went after it. That man right there is a go-getter. That's what I was talking. Go-getter.
Bless that man.
Be. All right. Have a good night, y'all.
Appreciate you, sis. Blessings. Love for that. You know what? I said 2 minutes, but you know what? She started preaching, and who am I to stop the Holy Spirit working when He's working? Who am I? Who are you?
They was watching the clock. That ain't 2 minutes. Nothing.
The Holy Spirit was working in that moment. I didn't want to stop the Holy Spirit. You know what I mean? I didn't want to stop the Holy Spirit. I didn't want to stop the Holy Spirit. You know what I'm saying? It's still Sunday, sir. You're absolutely right. It's still Sunday, and I didn't want to stop the Holy Spirit. Okay, Holy Spirit was moving, and He was moving this place. I felt the movement. At one point, I grabbed my t-shirt, the towel. There was a shift in the atmosphere. There's a shift.
There's a change.
Did you feel it? You feel it?
Woo! I feel it. Woo! Let me get this sister on. Dahlia, talk to us.
Do y'all want to hear her? Is the question. I mean, that's the question.
Oh, they gonna hear. They gonna hear. Somebody got the blessings. Somebody got the blessings.
I hope so.
Dahlia, talk to us.
Y'all good now? I mean, I know you were just catching the Holy Ghost.
Hey.
Yeah, we good. We recovered. I almost fainted in my chair, but I'm good.
I'm good, Dahlia.
What's your thoughts? Oh, not the deep breath. Are you there, baby? Oh, the devil done got you. The atmosphere shifted, unfortunately. I'll bring you back on again, Dahlia. The atmosphere shifted for you. You see, the Holy Spirit's still working, guys. The Holy Spirit's still working. He doesn't want to destroy what's going on right now. You understand? As it's going the way it's going,
when you have that good worship, you just need that good piano player to play the.
That's it.
No words, just the.
Just the
stir it up.
Flow.
Just get it back going. We need the reprise.
Lanella, talk to us.
No, Lena's gonna come and check the daggone table.
Good evening to you too, Sean.
Good evening. We appreciate you, Nana.
Hello, Corey. Hello, Kojo.
Oh, hello, sister.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good.
So, about the topic, I just had a few things to mention. In terms of accountability, I think that it's become a buzzword that has morphed into a trigger word because it has turned into a way to just blame and throw daggers at people's heads, and specifically Black women, to make them responsible for all the woes or negativity that's taken place in a relationship. And that is where my pushback comes in. I think I said in the chat that I'm an advocate for taking appraisal of your actions, being responsible for your behavior, but I'm not an advocate for generalized accountability. And when someone just screams, "Be accountable," well, you have to just be accountable, it becomes very dismissive, it becomes very divisive, and it becomes a way to minimize what negativity another person is actually responsible for by making the party, usually the woman, the Black woman that's speaking, responsible for the behavior of someone else. And that is where I give pushback. Should each person be responsible for their behavior? Absolutely. But there are some things that adults are not responsible for, and that happen in relationships. There are personal choices that people make that are not the responsibility of another person, and that the sole onus of those decisions should rest in the lap that it belongs in. But when we harp so much on one person being accountable, it usually starts to diminish the role that another person played in their own actions. And when that's like the knee jerk reaction when someone tells or presents a negative scenario in a relationship, the first response is, well, what are you accountable for? Then it becomes a blame game. So that was one point. Another point is, I think so many men want a feminine woman, and I think that they should. Um, the same way I feel like feminine women should want masculine men. But the question is, do men understand the infrastructure that's necessary to nurture and support a feminine woman? One part being a feminine woman needs a realm or a sphere for her to operate in safely. The masculine man, part of his protection and provision includes him setting the atmospheric pressure in her sphere. This is where she operates freely. This is where she's comfortable. This is where she has trust. This is where she has safety. When this is also where apologies happen freely. This is where communication is heard. This is where it's less combative. And I think that, and I'm not blaming, I'm just stating an observation. I think that many men struggle to create that sphere and the proper atmospheric pressure because it really comes down to understanding the woman that he's with, understanding why she is behaving or responding the way she is, understanding her history, understanding her vicissitudes, understanding her personality, and really taking time to get to know her. And understanding the role that he plays in creating that atmosphere. So now that includes him coming to her, him noticing when there are problems in the relationship. Part of the issue between men and women is in observation, it seems that both may know there's an issue, but only the woman is the one that wants to deal with it. And then there are times when only the woman knows that there's an issue and the man is supposed to be taking the lead. So now she's coming to him with something. He's telling her it's not even a problem. Where is the safety? How is he keeping watch over his household when he doesn't even know there's an issue? Now, I'm in no way trying to say that a man should be a mind reader, but there is, as the captain of the ship, there is some responsibility on his part to know his family well enough to be able to take inventory of what's happening and be able to spot things. That raises the respect level that a woman has for a man when he's able to take charge in that way. And imagine how a woman responds when her man that she puts trust in comes to her and says, I noticed this going on, or I noticed this, or I noticed, you were feeling that you want to talk about it. Let's make up a game plan. Or I've been feeling this way about this, and I would really like if you did that. You would raise the respect level of that woman 1,000%. And it would create the atmosphere for her to be able to acknowledge when she's wrong, because you are taking charge of the situation and letting her know that you have your finger on the pulse of the family and you want to ensure that everyone is protected, safe, and accounted for. And you're taking that responsibility onto yourself. And I think that so many women never experience that. They're always coming to him. I feel like this and I think this. And then what are they called? A nag. Oh, I'm just trying to get some peace. I want to go sit out in the car before I come in the home. And I'm not saying a woman should be a nag, but nagging is a repeated attempt to meet a need that is an unmet need. So if a woman is having to come back over and over and over again and tell you of an issue and tell you the ship is sinking, and all he wants to do is go sit outside or stay away or just plug his ears, then her respect diminishes. There's more conflict, and no, she's not in a space to admit when she's wrong because the ship is sinking. So I think that these things just really go hand in glove in understanding what masculine protection and provision really entails, because it goes so much deeper than burglars that usually don't ever come into people's homes. We're talking about protection and provision of the psyche, the spiritual center of a woman, and what really makes her feel protected, and to put trust in his leadership, because a woman that knows that a man also is looking over his household in such a way is not going to be so prone to go against his leadership, because she understands that he's keeping as tight grip on things as she is. Another point on the choosing better, I just feel like women give a lot of pushback on the choosing better for many reasons, but one that really stands out to me is the fact that men are given so much grace and leeway when it comes to their maturation process, right? You know, he grows up, he sows his oatmeal, he's broke for a while, he does his thing, and it's like he starts feeling himself, he gets a job, and then he seeks a wife, and all of his sins are forgiven. He's fine, everything is great. Whatever mistakes that he's made, they don't even exist anymore. That's just a man being a man. But I would just really like to see um women not be made accountable for every misgiving that they've ever had, as if they were supposed to have the keys of life, wisdom, and understanding by the time they're 12. It's just very unrealistic. Like, I'm sorry. There has to be room in the human experience for women to also make mistakes. There has to be room in the human experience for women to not know what they don't know. There has to be room in the human experience for women to be products of their environment. There has to be room in the human experience for women to have the after effects of not having a father, or having an emotionally unavailable father, or having a toxic father, or whatever dysfunctional relationships they may have had in their family of origin. There has to be room for that. Because if we talk about choosing better, well, she may be choosing exactly what she came from. She may be choosing exactly what's comfortable for her. What we don't talk about is how a lot of these Pookies and Ray Rays are these women's fathers. It's their uncles, it's their brothers. We're saying choose better. Well, this is what she knows, but that's a conversation for another day. And I'm in no way enabling women. I feel like once you learn your lesson, you should learn your lesson. I'm not a person that just advocates for women to continuously bump their heads up against brick walls and just think it's cute. I don't think it's cute. I think that we need to love ourselves enough to not lie to ourselves, and to not think that bad choices is a rite of passage that we just continuously do for the rest of our lives. The last point is, I just wanted to speak on, I think her name was Nicole85, that just finished speaking a few minutes ago. I understood what she was saying, and there are a lot of points that I do agree with that she said. However, I do understand why it's hard for women to hear a message from women that speak the way she does. And I mean this with all due respect and all constructive uh, response. One reason it's hard to hear from her toward women is because, you know, there's something that happens to women when they get to some women when they get the thing desired. And sometimes the thing desired is a man or a ring. And when you pedestalize that, or when you treat it as a trophy or a prize bull, and, and you think that because you have this thing, you can now reach back and exhort the lost children of Abraham that don't have a gold ring on their finger, that's off-putting. I'm sorry. It comes off as condescending. It comes off as big eye, little you. It comes off, and I am in no way saying that's how she meant it. But I'm just explaining why it may be difficult for people to receive that message. For many women, marriage is not the be all end all. For many women, for many women, they understand many sides to that coin, and marriage is a beautiful thing, but many marriages are also not what they're cracked up to be. And so you may hear or see women say, "Oh, well, I'll catch her back in this amount of time or that amount of time." Well, it's because of the pedestal that the position is being put in. I think that when we come to one another with humility and understanding, instead of coming off with an air of, let me show you how it's done, let me show you how I got this ring, and I haven't even experienced a marriage that I really know how it's going to turn out, then I think that the message would be a lot more palatable. That is all.
Thank you. No, appreciate you. Woo! If that's tone policing, if I've never seen one before, at least the ladies agree. There's a tone policing that we should all be doing. Okay, so wait, let me ask a question. Do we agree now? Tone policing is acceptable. Are we agreeing? I want to ask the ladies in the chat. No, real quickly, are you accepting that tone policing is we should be tone policing? Is that
Can
okay if
you
we tone
define
police you?
tone policing? I'm not sure what you mean.
You don't like the tone of, I'm going to take it away from the actual term because it's about more, tone policing really involves gaslighting. But in this particular instance, in terms of someone's tone not liking the way they said something, even though it could be the truth.
I'm going to disagree because I was just stating why I know a lot of people were giving pushback, and I'm just saying why some women may have had pushback.
And you spoke about her tone.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it was not just
would you
about her
agree we should
tone, it was
police that?
also the words. It was not just the tone. I don't
should
even
we
think I
police
ever
it?
said
No.
tone.
Should we police that? Yes or no?
Yes, tone is important.
That's okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, cool. So let me just quickly just hit because I made notes on what you said. First and foremost, oh my throat, baby. All right. I appreciate this. First and foremost, not one piece of information there was accountable for women at all in there. Not one. You didn't bring any accountability. All you gave is the why, which I appreciate, but not one piece in there was accountable for women. And that's actually what we're talking about today. This is the reason why we're talking about this. There was not one piece in what you said made women accountable for the decisions they make. In fact, actually, you made excuses and how we should give women grace for the decisions they're taking. Now, my very point for this as well in this situation is, and I'm not being defensive, by the way, God, I'm not being defensive, by the way, as well, Sing Pray Love. We're just addressing what she said. Now, the first thing is this. We were talking about women's accountability in terms of taking on what's been said and hopefully being able to change the way they operate, right? We said it. Then you had two other women come on and say something similar. I didn't pay them. I didn't tell them to come on. They decided they want to come on and give you similar instructions. And women weren't even listening to her. And I was like, so who will you listen to? You won't listen to us. Fine. Your own are coming to you and telling you something similar. Hey, look, you know what? We might have a few tidbits here that could help. And still weren't listening. And weren't listening to what was being said, right? And listen, however part you say, if you feel like that, the particular way that she packaged it, fair enough. But again, so who will you listen to? If the women are not listening to, the ones that are married, if you're not going to listen to us as men are saying about what we're seeing, who will you listen to is my question, right? That's what I'm going to say. Who would you listen to? And for those
May
of you
I
in the chat
answer?
saying, before you answer, let me finish off the point. Let me finish the point, right? Let me finish off the points I had because I want to just address all your points, right? I agree with you about creating safe space. I agree with you creating a safe space to flourish. I absolutely agree that I've spoken about this several times, so I'm not gonna discredit on that. I agree. You said about nagging and many men basically, and ladies not meeting these great men. Again, where is accountability of you not meeting them? Where is accountability of you choosing bad men? You mentioned about people's history as the reason why people make certain choices, right? But you never give that grace to men. The Ray Rays and the Pookies that taught the daughters to be the way they are, you never gave no grace to those men and said, well, we should understand where they're coming from. We should understand their history and where they're coming from. You didn't give that grace. We don't give grace to this. You make a decision, you have to be held accountable. And that's I think that's to be fair. I don't think that should I don't think you should be able to give one side that grace and then accuse us of not giving, not us per se on the panel, but ladies, but the gentlemen instead, you know, and be able to say that, you know what, there's no the grace that we're not holding that grace for women when they make certain decisions. The reality is we can hold grace, but you're still going to be accountable for what you did. Your actions have consequences. If you choose the wrong guy, I can take and determine the reason why you made the decision you've made, but it's still going to be accountability on your part of who you've chosen. Okay, so we can't run away from that. And you know what I mean? Your next point was obviously, which you spoke about choosing better situation, which you have to talk about. And so you said for many women, marriage is not the be all and end all. I agree. But that's irrelevant to the conversation, because if we are talking about relationships and get into that space, then it's irrelevant, because the target conversation was about relationships in this aspect. So if they're not interested in the marriage aspect, I think it's irrelevant personally, because we were heading towards that scope and that goal, right? That's where the conversation was heading to. So if that person doesn't want to be in marriage, you know, then it's like, oh, then what would be the point of involving that particular perspective into the conversation? It felt like you're negating the actual situation. You know what I mean? Then you're negating the actual situation. So I'm confused by that. You know what I mean? Like if we're already discussing a point of an angle, we're going to a certain direction, then why would the people who are not involved in that particular conversation or angle, or the group of people who are not involved in that conversation, be added to that perspective? We agree that not every woman wants to be married. That is a truth, but it was never needed to be added to the conversation in terms of a point that needed to be made, because like I said, I think everyone was on the same track, if that makes sense. I think my final point on what you said as well, many marriages aren't what they're supposed to be, and I think you're absolutely right on this, so I agree with you on that. Many marriages aren't what they are cracked up to be, but I think you said that in response to Nicole 85 saying what she said, right? And so, you know, for me, I hear you. It felt a little bit like it was like a low key kind of shot. You know what I mean? We know marriages ain't all they cracked up to be, but I get what you were saying about it being on a pedestal. So let me honor that point and say I agree. If you put it on a pedestal, marriage, you know, you're likely to make that an idol, and that can also be a problem as well. So I can agree that. But my main thing was that I didn't really, and maybe I misheard it. I didn't hear any accountability for the ladies. Personally, that's what I didn't hear, and I felt like we were talking about giving grace for people making poor decisions. But like I said, the very people who created that, if you want to talk about whoever created that woman, they have to be given grace then as well, by your admission, if we're saying that. Otherwise, why are we giving grace to women just because they make poor decisions, but not to the very men who created those particular women, quote unquote, make those poor decisions? Do you know what I mean? Would that be like understandable? Sing, pray, love. Stop that. You're intentionally trying to draw man out, and I'm not being drawn out. And let me answer what K Charles is saying. I don't know what Charles is saying in there about I'm becoming like my father. You don't know my dad, so I don't know how dads got involved in the situation. But in fact, let me not even address it, because that would just make it messy. I don't want to mess that. But yeah, that was my points. So no, I appreciate
K
it.
Charles is muted anyway, so them and their K Charles and their analysis have been muted. So
okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Yeah, so I don't know if Sean, you want to say something. I cut you off, so I do apologize.
Yeah, no. What I was gonna say is that I know it's starting to get spicy in the comments, but the thing that was most appealing to, and I'll speak for myself, and anyone else can, speak for them. But the thing that was most appealing about what Nicole was sharing was the self accountability, right? So it's not that she said all men are perfect, because that's not what I heard. I heard her say she took accountability for the decisions that she made, right? And realized the outcomes that it was getting. And it helped her to be better in her next relationship. She realized there was some substantial changes that needed to be made. And I don't see what's so wrong with that. It's like you tell us, listen, this is why I love these comments, because they're a microcosm of how life plays out, right? You've said in the comments when we started talking and telling you how we felt, right, as men, oh, you're wrong, and there's not enough good men out there. You need to bring some of the women up on the panel. You guys should have some of the women on the panel so that women can share. We got a different plethora, of women on the panel, and a couple of them just happen to be on the same page as us. Oh, they're black male identifying. They're male identifying. They're pick-meshas. They're this. Oh, you just want to, Jared Jackson's wife. Like, seriously? Like, you get your EpiPen. Yeah, get your EpiPen out because you have an allergic reaction to accountability. You guys play accountability dodgeball at the Olympic level. It is Olympic. You can take it to the Olympics the way you dodge accountability. It's like, yo, you've got actual women with their own experiences telling you that these are some things you probably want to listen to, and this is stuff they've actually done. And instead of listening, you want to attack the women. Now you're going to attack your own because you don't want to hear the truth that bad. Right? And then you're going to attack us because we're enjoying hearing it. Yeah, because it's great to hear somebody say some of the things that we're saying. It does. It feels good because it's hard to get some full agreement on things that we dislike and we want to share with you. It's like we got to do the tightrope. We got to walk on the tightrope to, say what we want to say. And then, God forbid, if it's not packaged the way that sounds good to you, y'all going to fuss and tussle and get upset. No, actually, Ludwin, you're triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm having a good old time tonight. I'm having a great time. So I'm not triggered at all. This is wonderful to me. And I think it's like, you get your girlfriends together and y'all all agree with each other. But guess what? Y'all all going to agree with each other and be in the same position. So for those of you that don't want to hear it, good luck. Keep it up. Keep thinking that it's about us. Keep thinking that it's about, what we're doing and, what the other women that disagree with you are doing, right? Keep on and see where it gets you. It might land you in a relationship. It just might. Right? But it might not. And I err on the might not. Okay? But listen, you can take whomever's advice you don't want or you don't want to take. You don't want to listen to the men who are actually the ones telling you and who you want to be in relationship with, right? You're listening to women, and but if they're not saying what you want them to say, then it gets tossed out, and that's wherein lies the issue. Yeah. So good luck. I'm having a blast. I think it's wonderful, and I think it's hilarious. It cracks me up to see how the attacks start when somebody says something you don't want to hear. Oh, yeah, you listened to Nina because she said everything that you were saying. It wasn't new information. So, and there was zero accountability for women. I mean, it was packaged very well. We love talking to Nina. I love talking to Nina. I really, really do love talking to Nina. We have great dialogue. In this instance, there was zero accountability for the women. It was none. It was no accountability on this is what I've done. This is what I could do better. I learned from this. It doesn't make you, just because we're highlighting something you could do better, doesn't mean we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We do love women. We love you so much that we're saying in order for us to have better, more healthy relationships, these are some things we want you not to do. Yeah, I don't understand how this is defined as projection. What exactly am I projecting? There is no projector. It is me telling you exactly, transparently, what I like, what I don't like, and highlighting something that took place in the chat and took place here tonight. So I'm not projecting anything on me. No, I'm not going to stay quiet. No, I will not. I'm going to speak what I have to say, and Corey is not quiet. All right, Corey just happens to not be talking now, but no, I'm not going to be quiet. So there it is, and I'm done.
All right, so tag and I am it. So this really boils down to me is that what I'm seeing here is that you want to say that Nicole, the words that Nicole said were very important. The reason why they were important is because how she got to where she is now is what led her to her husband, and I think that's what we're missing out on. I think we're thinking that her husband, after she got married, she realized all of this. No, she realized all of this in the course of being in a relationship, to getting married, to being chosen to be married. So that's what we're trying to get to. And I think that it's not hard for ladies in the chat. I'm positive, sure, because the way you guys are speaking, I know this to be true. It's not hard for you to get a man to want to date you. It's not hard for you to get a man to come to you and ask you for your number, want to take you out on dates and spend time with you. But that marriage part, though, that marriage part is where we all trying to get, right? Anyone who's dating with intention is trying to get to that marriage point. And that's what we're talking about here tonight. We're just talking about things that you may need to consider, things that you need to look deeper into to see, okay, what's the next step I can get to get to that marriage type of thing, type of area. And if you can get there by yourself, then maybe you would have been there by now. Same thing for me. There are some things I need to work on that'll help me get to the next. But same thing for Coach, same thing for Sean. We all have things that we can work on to get to that next step. If we knew it, if we knew all the answers for ourselves, for what a woman wants, then how would that make us look? Because we're not women. We can't tell you guys how to think. We can't tell you guys what to do on your end as far as who you are. We can just offer our advice from a male's perspective, what we're needing, what we're wanting. For three individual guys who have similar mindsets, but a little bit different here and there, but we're giving you different perspectives to look into. It's up to you to do that. What it boils down to is just, if you don't want the advice, that's fine, but you don't have to attack anyone because you don't like the advice. It's okay to sit back and listen and not say anything, not respond, but to rally a group, rally a crowd to get them to be mean towards men or be, mean towards one person or whatever. That's a little immature, to be honest with you, but I'm not going to go there. I'm not calling you guys immature. I'm talking about the action is immature. So my thing is that you're really showing the reasons why it's hard to take that accountability. So we need more of that, more accountability. And yes, we can say on both sides. That's always the thing. Well, you guys do it too. You do it too. We do it too. It's always that too is saying, okay, I understand. Okay, I need to internalize what's being said and use it to my benefit. That's what we're doing. We're not coming down on anyone. We're not calling you guys out of your name. We're not saying anything to belittle you. We're just saying to accept responsibility for the things that you may need to work on, just like you want us to accept responsibility for the things that we need to work on and hold ourselves accountable and hold other men accountable. We want you to also hold other women accountable as well. So we all have a job to do in this. And if we're not going to do the job, then we don't have to entertain it. We don't have to comment. We don't have to say anything. But if we do want to better each other, which is what we're trying to do, then it's worth listening, it's worth responding in a mature way. That's all I'm saying.
And Nana, you want to respond? Sorry, because it was we did our piece. Do you want to respond?
Yes, I had to remove my earpiece. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah, you're good, babe. We can hear you, babe. Go for it.
So I do appreciate the feedback, and I thought in my response, Koja, when you mentioned that I mentioned no accountability for women, I thought I remembered stating that I don't advocate for women to continuously make the same mistakes over and over and over again and hit their heads up against a brick wall. And like that's not okay. I thought that I did say that. You're right. I did not harp on women's accountability in different areas in my commentary. That's true, but I thought I did mention that. As far as my comment on marriage not being the be all end all, I'll share um, a fun fact about myself. I was married for 9 years, and something very interesting happens. You know, I when I was a single woman, um, all the single women really wanted to be married. And when I got married, there was a large group of people that I knew that got married around the same time. And as soon as those women got rings on their fingers, it was like the sky opened, the cherubs began to sing, and they started speaking similar to the lady that was speaking before. And I remember, even though I was in the same circumstance as them, I just found it to be very off putting because I didn't feel like having a ring on my finger meant that I was chosen because I was already chosen by a higher being than a man. And my self worth came from my relationship with God and came from myself, not from whose son decides to put a ring on my finger. And I also noticed that not all, but some of the women around me started to speak in a condescending way to their friends that were still single. In other words, let me show you how I got this ring, and you need to do this, and you because when you have a man, and because when you got a fiance and I'm about to be a wife. And I just didn't understand why that had to be. Being single is a state of being married is a state of being, and one does not make that person any better than the other. So I think that's where my comments were coming from. It wasn't coming from a place of not knowing. I've been where she's trying to go. And I will tell you that it's not a badge of honor. I will tell you that marriage is one of God's most beautiful creations, but it also does not define you in the sense that, you're still who you're going to be. You still have to do self-development. You still have to do self-reflection. There's still things that you have to provide for yourself to be a whole being. Like this state, the internet and social media would have women believe that dangling this marriage carrot in their face is going to somehow open up the keys of life for women, and that's where I give pushback, because marriage is just another state of being. It's another way of living life that has the potential to be exponentially beautiful if both parties are willing to do what's necessary. But it's not the be all end all. So I do stand by that statement. As far as how my statements didn't give grace to men, well, grace to men is built into society. That's where the whole boys will be boys, men will be men. He's just sowing his oatmeal. Like, women don't have sayings like that. She just turns into a slut or whore, and she's no good. She's not marriage material. How often do you hear men say, oh, he's not marriage material? No, you say, oh, well, he just made some mistakes. He was just young. And that goes for the gamut. That's if he's in jail. That's if he's had children all over God's green earth. That's if he is doesn't have the job he's supposed to have, or what have you. No matter what circumstance a man is in, it, after he finishes rolling around in the dirt and he decides to get up and put on a suit and a tie, he's going to be called Mr. So and so. A woman does not have that luxury. So yes, grace is already built in for men. As far as the key difference, um, the key difference with the woman's, I'm sorry, not the woman, I do apologize, Nicole, with Nicole's message, um, was who her intended audience was. It does not surprise me that as men on the panel, that she was not speaking music to your ears, but you were not her intended audience. It's important, if you really want to reach your intended audience, that you take into consideration how they're going to receive your message. And my commentary was centered around, if she truly wants to reach this desired audience or women like her, I know that that's not her job. She was just giving a commentary. But women like her, I was explaining why, when they speak in the way that she's speaking, it oftentimes does not resonate with women, the large majority of women, and why sometimes they resort to calling names, because it starts to sound a lot like, I have reached the pinnacle of existence. I have what you want, and if you want this good thing, then you need to do this and this and that. And it would be the equivalent of a man coming on your panel, Kojo, and wagging his finger at you, and all he did was propose to a woman, and he's wagging his finger at you, Sean, and Corey, and telling you how to deal with women. Your mental inclination, even if you listen to him, but somewhere your mental inclination may be, okay, well, what gives you, like, why are you speaking to me this way? What gives you the authority to speak to me this way? It matters how he does it, versus a man that sits and just converses with you and speaks to you as an equal and just says, well, you can make your own decision, but this is what worked for me. Everyone is different, circumstances vary, but maybe you can try this, maybe you can try that. But the way that she presented the message was very much like, I got the blueprint, I got the ring, and he did this and this and this and that. And I'm just saying that may not be the best way to reach people when people speak that way. In terms of I think you mentioned something else about accountability. I think you mentioned I didn't mention things about myself. Uh would it make you guys feel better if I just enumerated my flaws and told you how I changed, and like, would that be my accountability ticket to disarm you all, to make you feel better? Like, is that the ticket? Is that the key? And I'm saying, I'm being facetious. I like to churn some butter. I do. But I do like to churn some butter, but a part of me is wondering, what is this craving need for women to arbitrarily talk about their flaws and under the guise of accountability to people that they don't know when the situation doesn't call for it? What I mean by that is, we're just having a conversation. Why do I need to go into, oh, I did this wrong and I feel like I was accountable for that? If there's something that you see in me, or if there's feedback that you want to give to me, that's totally fine. But I just don't really understand the need for people to come and confess. But I mean, if you want to have that conversation, that's totally fine. But I just feel like, if that's the ticket, for the conversation, or to show that, or to prove that you're an accountable person, I just don't really understand that.
I appreciate it. Can I say something? I don't think I've ever been so disappointed in my life with you guys. No word of a lie. This was about a lie from men to discuss, which ladies wanted to be involved in. We wanted to talk about some of the issues that as men we're facing. We wanted to explain that some of the things we're going through when we're dealing with women are very difficult. When it comes to accountability, one of those issues, when we say accountability, it just means taking account of your actions, learning to do better, right? We started talking about that. We started bringing points about some of the issues that are happening within that the spectrum, right? And instantly, there was pushback, which is fair enough. You explained why there was some pushback, because when you were listening, right? When you were listening, you were hearing your own experience with other men, right? You were hearing your own experience and then interpreting it into how you were hearing what we were saying. We've not shouted. We've not screamed. We've not been rude. We've not been abusive. We've delivered the message the way it could be delivered, right? I think we've delivered it in a very respectful manner, right? And then we had some other women also too deliver the message in maybe a different way. I wouldn't even say, I don't think it's bad or good. I think they did it in a different way. Charles, Sean has always told me something beautiful. He said, listen, sometimes the messenger is not the right person to deliver a message. So I didn't ask for women to come and deliver the same message that we had. Women who understood came up and delivered a message about accountability. And I think this is a live example of what we're talking about when people don't take accountability, because the conversation has shifted from about women being accountable to how men are accountable. But the conversation today wasn't about men being accountable. It was about women being accountable, right? So, of course, when now I'm saying that when I'm hearing some of the points that you're making, I disagree. Of course, I disagree. And then when I say I disagree with Nanena, I instantly got pushback. And I think the crowd is being facetious and funny. But this is exactly what we talk about as men when we're trying to give our points of view. Instantly, when we try to give our points of view, we've got someone like Kay Charles, who I've never seen before my entire life. So I don't know who the hell that person is. But a few others making it into a joke, saying you're triggered, you're this, you're that. And actually, what they don't realize is as they're mocking, what they're really doing is reducing the value of what a man's feelings are. What you don't realize is in that moment, as you guys are joking and making it into a joke when we're trying to tell you how we feel about certain situations and turn it around us, making the whole triggered and this and that. Oh, immediately what happens is you reduce to how we felt about the situation. I don't mind if you give a different perspective, That's why I said I appreciate what Nanena was saying. I agreed at certain points with Nanena, what she was saying. And I said at other points, I disagreed. I was very respectful when I said, I agree with points what Nanena said, and I actually agree with her. Safe spaces. I speak about that all the time with women. And I say, listen, you need a safe space. As a man, you should be leading the creation of the safe space. I've spoken about this several times. So I agreed, right? I understood that point. But there were other aspects of it where I said, no, I don't agree with that. When you're making a choice, you can't look at me. You can't look at Sean. You can't look at Corey. You can't look at your ex. You can't look at your dad. You have to look at you when you're making these choices with these men. And we are talking about relationships and we're talking about marriage. So, like, I don't want to move away from there. We're talking about that aspect, right? Okay. We're talking about leading into relationships and into marriage and about how you have to be held accountable about some of the choices that you're making. And when we say you're making these choices, you've pushed it back onto us. And I'm confused. Yes, I rolled my eyes at one point. I was annoyed. I was at this point, I was like, how have they pushed it back onto us? The very thing we were talking about we're talking about, again, for women to hold accountable. And as soon as we were holding them accountable, they flipped back onto us, which is what I said earlier on in the very beginning of the live. In the very beginning of the live, I said, oh, man. Oh, I think her thing went, her connection point went. She'll come back. But I said in the very beginning, hey, let's not move it away and make an excuse when we're talking about the accountability piece. I've seen how when we have these sometimes people have this conversation on the internet, it can be about bashing people. And I said to it, we're not doing a bashing session today. We want to have a conversation, real conversation, and talk about some real things that are happening within the relationship, within relationships. And that's what I was saying, that let's not make excuses. So when I did counteract Nanena, I wasn't trying to be rude. I was being real and saying, what you're doing what we did earlier on in the session, which is we're shifting the situation again. You want to hold men accountable? Fantastic. We can do another live and we can hold men accountable. We can do that, right? But this was men's edition to talk about this. So I just want to make everyone just, again, I think it's a good conversation, and it's gonna happen. People are gonna get triggered. We're gonna rub up against each other and everything like that. But I want to make some of you aware, because some of you're doing the very thing that we're saying, that we're trying to erode. We're trying to be able to say about how we feel without it becoming this. You mock us when we now say our point of view, or you label us as misogynist, or you label us as being mansplaining, or you label us as Kevin Samuels. I saw somebody say, you know what I mean? As soon as we give a little bit of a pushback, we're labeled something and rather than actually now having that conversational piece. You know what I mean? I have not called anybody a name. I haven't called anybody a name here, but I've been here for 4 hours and we've been called several names. I just need you to think about that. right? So I just want you to think about that. Some of you will have to think about it when you go away, right? And I got no problems with that. But just think about that before you put your next reply into the chat or whatever. This was meant to be for us holding. This should have been. We should have been done like 2 hours ago, right? But we added the women into it so we can actually get a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I'm a little bit disappointed. Sing, pray, love. I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna be real with you. You were part of the group that was doing the madness as well. So go back through the chat. You'll see it. Right when you were saying about I was triggered, you knew I wasn't triggered. I don't like when people do that. We knew it wasn't triggered. We didn't agree. You know what I mean? So I don't like that, man. I don't like when we do that. So let's behave a little bit. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. That's what I'm saying.
And I think, like, listen, guys, we're not saying somebody called us a jackass or a jerk. The name calling is when you place us in a category, or you're saying we're acting like we're red pill guys, right? Those things take away from the conversation. They're taken away from the conversation. And what's so funny is it's like you're telling us we're triggered, but meanwhile, when Nicole was up here talking, we could say y'all were triggered because y'all didn't want to hear what she had to say, because she was talking to, saying like, hey, listen, if you want to be single, then do that. Then we start going back and forth. Well, I don't need to be single. Being married is not the pinnacle of everything. And then you started with her. Oh, she only been married for 1 year. So I don't have to listen to what no newly married person is saying. That's not nice, right? So you want to tell us everything we're doing. And this is where it gets back to the accountability, right? Because it's so interesting how when we start talking about things that happened in reality, right? In the course of this conversation that we even had tonight, you guys are going to tell us we're wrong. I never called a name, instead of saying, oh, let me sit back and look at, which some of you have done, so thank you. But for some of you still trigger fighting on the keyboard, trying to defend what you did, why don't you take a step back and listen, right? Because take that log out your own eye before you try to pull the splint in mine. And I think that is where the issue comes into play. And it's like a male worshiper, that's another name that came out, right? Just because a woman happens to agree with us, she's a male worshiper because she doesn't hold your same position. But meanwhile, when you like Nina, it was okay, right? So look, no, but we didn't call any of the other ladies that disagreed with us a male basher. We listened to Dr. 100%, who shared opinions that were very different than ours. We listened to Nena, and we challenged her just the same way we challenged you challenging us on what we disagree. But I just feel like when you make it personal, when you start telling me I'm triggered, no, like that part, I don't like it. And it becomes a major distraction because it feeds like a wildfire. And then when we're up here trying to have a conversation and listen to people and like truly engage in discourse and debate, but y'all want to play, right? Because it's a distraction, because then we don't get to really talk about what we really should be talking about, which is the topic is accountability. So I just think like, hey, everybody needs to look in the mirror, right? We need to look in the mirror, and y'all do too. Every single one of y'all in the chat, because if you think you perfect, if you think you got the market cornered on relationships, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. And I didn't flip out on anybody. So can we stop with that? Can we stop with the flipping out? Stop with the, oh, you're scolding. It's like we can't say anything. It's like we should just sit here and just be pleasing, say everything that's pleasing to your ears. It's annoying. It's annoying. Nobody's flipping out. I'm not flipping chairs. I'm not screaming. I'm telling you with passion what I didn't like. Point blank, period.
Did you want to add, Corey? Or are you good? Cheeky
Yeah,
banters in the back.
honestly, the way I feel about it, I think you guys are being a little too hard on the ladies. I think you guys are being too hard on the ladies, man. I think that a lot of them just expressing themselves freely. I think that as men, we should do a better job of just listening to what women have to say, because if we don't do that, there's opportunities for things to be missed along the way. And I think that the three of us, really do owe the ladies an apology. Ladies in the chat, an apology, because when we're projecting how we feel to them, it's not fair for us to project how we feel onto them, because they're not the ones who are doing these things, quite honestly. These are other women that are doing them. And I think the chat is great. I think it's something that we have to understand. When we do these male conversations, we have to be more open to listen to what women have to say. And the point of that is just I think it gets lost sometimes when we're talking. I think that we miss out on how valuable the things are that they have to say. And their accountability is their accountability. If they want to take it, they can take it. If they don't want to take it, that's fine. But it's their choice to have. It's just their choice to make. And we have no right whatsoever as men to tell a woman that she needs to take accountability in any kind of way.
Negro, you have been the first half. You have been the first half. You have been the first half. I was about to flaunt you and flog you, but you have been the first half. You have been the first half. You have been the first half. I ain't gonna lie to you. You have been. I was about to say, well, I don't know about it, but you know what? You have your say. No, listen.
I'm speaking in French, Corey. I was about to be like, bro, I didn't know you spoke French, but you need to parlez-vous anglais, because don't be speaking for weeks. Don't be speaking for no week around here.
I was like, yeah, his card is revoked. Yeah, listen. No, look. Let's be honest. That's right. Listen, the conversation gets passionate. It gets passionate. Let's be real. It does get passionate between us. There's no love lost between the two of us. Listen, I mean, between us. When I say the two of us, myself, the boys, and the audience too. Listen, sometimes conversation gets passionate. You know what I mean? So look, we're gonna agree. Sometimes we're gonna disagree. We're gonna step on each other's toes. It gets like that. Do you know what I mean? It's not personal. You know what I mean? Look, we've said our pieces. I've got off my chest. I feel better. I got off my chest. I feel better. So I'm done. You know what I mean? So, but listen, no one should take it personally. Don't think we're beefing, or we're just having a passionate conversation. And sometimes it gets passionate, and it can go a different direction sometimes. But I appreciate the ladies on the pushback. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it generally does help with the conversation. Do you know what I'm saying? It's tough. These type of conversations are tough to have. You know what I mean? They're very tough to have. And so I do understand, and I do appreciate everyone that's been involved with the conversation. It can be difficult sometimes. You know what I mean? I mean, you're probably reading us and probably feeling some type of way at the time. We were reading you feeling some type of way at the time as well. So it happens. And sometimes, we get passionate, and we can feel some type of way about what other person's doing. We can read what other person's doing and read more into it. So honestly, no love lost. You know what I mean? Now I've said my piece, I feel better. I'm free. You know what I mean? I'm gonna sleep good tonight. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's got any gripes with myself or the panelists, send me an email. Not a problem at all. Send me a panel at all. I don't mind. We can discuss it in the chat. You know what I mean? And let's quash it. You know what I mean? We're all family here. We're all vibing, and sometimes conversation gets heated, but at the end of the day, we recenter, refocus, we get back to business. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Oh, who was trying to?
Hey, just really quick, because one of my gripes
Yeah.
here, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, you know, I got nothing but love for you guys, but Corey is spelled with an E. It's right here. It's right there. It's right there, spelled with an E, guys. Please put respect on my name. Put an E on it, please, or just call me. I go by Black because I am dark skinned. I'll go by Black too, you know. But Corey has an E. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
It's gonna get worse now, right?
No, I appreciate it. Listen, I appreciate
now, Corey.
I know, right? All easy. I just know it's right there. Right there. It's like
listen, no, you better be glad they call you anything at this point.
Man.
All right, listen. Listen. Honestly, audience, I know I know that we probably there's more voice on having it. So what we'll do is, I think it'll be probably Thursday. I'll probably do it because I think Monday we got Samson. I probably could do it actually after the Samson interview. No, Monday we got after Samson we're doing Love Is Blind. Yeah, Monday we're doing Love Is Blind on Monday. So Monday we're doing Love Is Blind. Tuesday, it might be possible doing Tuesday. You know what I mean? It might be possible doing it Tuesday evening about 8 p.m. I don't have any clients after that. I think we'll do 8 p.m. Yeah. I can do an open panel. Okay, we'll do an open panel, which will be allow the ladies to come in and and say what you want to say. Yeah. So you'll have your opportunity to discuss and say your piece in much more longer pieces as well, you know. Do I want to? Didi said we're doing it again. Yeah, because you know what? At the end of the day, we have to learn how to have these type of conversations. It's tough. It's difficult. You know what I mean? I'm happy because the last time we had this type of conversation, I blew a gasket. So I went to the moon and back. So I'm happy I didn't go to that place. Do you know what I mean? I felt like I kept my good composure. You know what I mean? So for me, I'm happy to have a conversation again. We have a different type of conversation, but we'll get the ladies involved more this time. It won't be a men's panel because men's panel's on Sunday. So as well. Robert said I should learn how to receive pushback. See, can I just say something, Robert? I appreciate you, but if you're saying I have to learn how to receive pushback, I did. I pushed back. When you push back, I push back. That's what I did. I received it and I pushed it back. That's what happened. Do you know what I'm saying? So pushing back doesn't mean I'm not receiving what you're saying. It means I don't agree. And that's all. We can agree and disagree. You know what I mean? So I'm happy to have the pushback. You know what I'm saying? But I'm ready. Am I sure about it? Yes, I'm sure about that. Listen, I'm ready. You know what I mean? Let's do this again on Tuesday night, guys. All right? Yeah. Everybody bring their best suits to the table, man. You know what I mean? Come through. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I was disappointed. I can feel disappointed. Doesn't mean I don't do pushback. Disappointment does not mean I don't have pushback. If I say I'm disappointed by what you said, doesn't mean pushback. I can be disappointed. I can be annoyed. I can even be frustrated by what you said. I can still take the pushback. But me saying I'm disappointed doesn't mean I'm not receiving your pushback. Am I not allowed to say disappointed? I think that's fair. And it wasn't with everybody. I was specifically, so let me clear out, make sure. When I say I was disappointed, it was not with the pushback. It was with the fact that we had changed the whole scenario of what we were talking about. And also some of the jokes that the ladies were starting to make instead of really just listening to us. So that's the part. You know what I mean? That's the part. So it wasn't everybody. It was those who know who they are, who started making jokes. You know who you are. Okay. So what we're going to do is the next time we'll have the ladies in there. Don't worry. We'll have the ladies in there. You guys will get to have your say. You know what I mean? And we'll get to have your point of view. And I really want to hear everyone's point of view. You know what I'm saying? So listen, if you haven't already joined the Discord, this is the kind of heat that we're bringing now. You know what I mean? You better join the Discord. It's probably a bit nicer in the Discord. I don't know. You know what I mean? He said, nah. The ladies are slewing us in there.
It gets spicy. You know, it gets spicy in the Discord. I just want one little thing, and I think this is how we stay off of the, getting real personal with it. It's make the issue the issue, right? It's not about me. It's not about Kojo. When the issue is the issue, we always going to be in a good place. because we could talk about the issue. When you make it about, oh, I'm triggered, or somebody's doing this, or you find a way to lump me in a category of people, that's when it becomes problematic. And then that's when you can't control how somebody responds. If you call me out, or if you say something personal about me, don't get upset if I respond. Like, I don't understand how unrealistic that is, right? Like, don't expect me to just sit up here and be stoic for 4 hours when people are saying things about me that I don't feel are true, right? So if you want to talk about the issue, you could tell me I'm wrong all day. You could tell me I disagree. I think that is fair game. But when you make it personal, then don't be surprised when people get disappointed, people get frustrated, people get annoyed. That's what happens.
I appreciate it. Bro, give us the benediction and we'll be out.
And that's that on that, huh? So listen, I think the benediction is going to need to be a part 2. So we'll do part 1.
Okay, yeah.
Part 1 is, listen, accountability is key. We should not have allergic reactions to accountability. And by we, I mean we. So that's you and I, right? So accountability doesn't flow in one direction. It goes upstream and downstream. So please, let's take the feedback. Let's look at feedback as a gift. Let's look at how we're going to be better. Let's avoid excuses, right? Let's look to own what the issue is. Let's not make the issue about the person. Let's work together as a team to fight the issue, right? And come up with solutions. We can agree, we can disagree all day long, but let's not personally attack each other. Families do disagree. Families do have, heated debates and arguments. It's okay. It doesn't take away the love. It doesn't mean you're the worst person if we disagree with you. It just means we disagree with you, right? So let's learn to hear in love. Let's lead in love. Let's remember love. And I'll turn it back to you, Coach.
Listen, we'll be back here Tuesday night. Tuesday night, we're back on this. I think we'll probably do it about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So we'll have another live. You guys can come and have your say. And we can chop up a part 2. Listen, I know it wasn't easy. Listen, I know some people this might be a little bit tough because Discord sometimes not everyone can handle much Discord. Sometimes it can be a little bit sensitive. Listen, it's family. We sometimes disagree. We sometimes agree. It's not a problem. Don't worry. Come through Tuesday night. We'll have part 2 of the conversation. And we'll have some more, hopefully some more understanding conversations where we get to know and get to see both sides as well. All right. So I appreciate you guys. We'll see you again Monday for Samson, and Tuesday night we'll be back here as well for this. And we'll talk some more. All right. Okay. We appreciate you. And we'll see you again very, very soon. I cannot wait.